Alright, hello everybody, and welcome back to episode 4 of Vintage Story Wilderness Survival Permadeath, attempt 23, and 23 is turning out to be a big one. We have the best farm that we've ever had, the greatest house that we've ever built, and just yesterday we finally got done with our windmill, and honestly, we chiseled our home into a beautiful interior. We're just about to finish the roof once we get enough clay shingles to do it. Everything's looking wonderful, and all we have to do is keep with the momentum and stick the landing. Now in this episode, we're going to be trying to track down iron, which I did some research on. Similar to bronze, there's several different types of iron that you can make. So we're going to try to track that down. Yeah, several different types of ore that can result in iron, but we are going to need more fire clay to do it. So let's hop in and begin. First, right on, beast. Nameless king, oh yeah. Damn straight. Oh. It's so weird. Nobody was racing, so how can you win? You know? I've always had that perspective to people who say first. It's like, first at what? Like commenting, I guess? Alright, let's get some clay. We're gonna need some. Wait, no, fire clay. Yeah, so we'll need this too. We'll need this too. I'm gonna need to make sure I have more calcined flint, which apparently I can make in a bloomery. It would cost fire clay to do it, but I think in the end, I would end up needing less coal to do it. Yeah, the real problem with making calcined flint is how much coal it uses up. All right. Let's get home, and let's immediately get started on trying to make that calcined flint for the bloomery. Oh, that looks weird. I will want to widen that path. We can. It'll make it easier to stay on the path, too, having it double wide. Let's go, Samantha, let's go! And so it begins. The great battle of our time. Yeah, we're gonna be seeking out iron today. Apparently there's several different types of iron ore, like hematite, magnetite, and we just have to find one of those. We also have to make sure we've crafted bloomeries and that we have a lot of spare fired clay bricks on hand for replacing the bloomeries every time. Oh, well, there goes my shovel. Let's lay these out then, as far as we can. Okay, not bad. I made a new shovel head. So we already have a replacement. Let's put a handle on that. Deposit the dirt. And let's keep on building the path. We'll get that done first, and then we'll do the rest. We're gonna be using this trail very often to go make more fire clay bricks. I'll move that over. Okay. Just like that. Then we put the dirt under here. And sand right here. And now we fill in the rest of the path. Okay, double wide pathing all over. That's beautiful. First here. Like, I get the gist of it. It's just a weird accomplishment, you know? Well, Chris, I'm happy you called in sick, buddy. Yeah, we're doing good. We're doing good. We're getting ready to seek out iron and make our first iron. Okay, deposit the sand and the dirt. I hope that you didn't have to call in sick for any bad reason. I hope you're in good health. I condone that. I mean, it's fucking wage slavery, and corporations take advantage of workers on the regular, so I'm cool with it. Yeah, but hopefully you didn't call in sick because, like, your kids are sick or something, you know? Hopefully they're all right, too, and you're just calling in sick and having a good day today. Hey, we have our first batch of compost done. We actually... Oh yeah, a whole bunch of compost is now done. I'm gonna get more cattails now. I've been putting it off for a while. Not very windy. Our windmill isn't doing anything. But we already have an entire stack of flour that we were able to grind down inside that, so we're good. Oh yeah, we got cattails galore over here. We never have to go very far to restock. Alright. I think that'll do for now. Well, we'll find out once we replace the skeps. I got a stack in a bit. Let's go over here to this cluster. Yeah, honestly, it tends to be the collection of cattails that de-incentivizes me from harvesting the bees as much. I know they're like a source of fruit. You know, you can get the honeycombs, you can eat those, you can get fruit nutrition, but it's the cattail harvesting that gets me, buddy. It's grindy. Oh yeah, the scythe is amazing. It's very useful. Alright, I made all the skeps that we need, and we still have a stack left over. So, right on. Now we're gonna make the calcined flint that we require. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, shit. Yeah, right there. Okay, we have 8 beehives. 4 of them are harvestable already. I'm gonna need another torch holder to put downstairs. I did some work on the downstairs area right before we logged off. We have a nice ornate fireplace and clay working area now. Yeah, I need a torch holder down here. So, that would involve melting down more resources because I currently have no more ingots. Let's crack open this poor chunk of native copper right here. Well, these poor chunks. Put that back. Alright, there we go. Now I need 16 cassiterite. And that's going to give us enough for 10 ingots or some tools. So let's go down to the basement. Yeah, we need the torch holder for the basement for sure. We're going to be baking a lot of pies on the regular. We want that to be easy and simplified. Having the torch holder will do that. This is a beautiful fireplace, eh? Like, I feel like we did really good here. I might just round this part out. But, like, we'll do that later. For now, I want to enjoy having the base. I want to use it, right? I want to take advantage of the many features it has. Let's take the firewood out of there. Put 3 peat in there to preheat all of this. Okay, and let's get the fire lit. Once I have a torch holder here, and a torch holder back at the beach where our clay kilns are, I won't need to carry torches on me any longer. True, Samantha, true. Yeah, I know that you can plant it, and you can even plant it, like, in rows of 3, so that it's easier to collect with the scythe. Yeah, I made a big row of cattails near my base. On the ground, and I was able to collect them in rows of 3. It was so convenient, dude. Anyway, we have 250 liters of wine to try and get our fruit nutrition up in the winter. We got that creepy underground music. I think I'm gonna turn the music off just for now, so that we don't feel like we're about to die in here. You know what I mean? And then we need to lay out our molds. So I think I'll do 8 of those. I'll make a new backup shovel. I could use a new Falk's blade as well. So we have 10 things laid out that I'd like to have. I think I still have a backup prospector's pick upstairs, but I might not have a backup pickaxe. I always make sure I have a backup of every tool, just in case. So given the fact that I don't have a backup pickaxe, I'll make 1 less ingot, and I will instead make a pickaxe. It's, you know, it's smart to do that. Make sure. I have 6. So with this, I could make 3 torch sconces. I only need 2, so we'll have ingots left over when it's all said and done. Feeling under the weather, there's a bug going around and you're tired of work? True enough, buddy. I get it. I get it. I'm a strong believer in calling in potentially sick. Like, oh, there's a bug going around at work and I don't want to catch it, so fuck you guys, I'm out. I'm going home. Be right back. Long time ago, I pretty much accepted the fact that workplaces will always be irrational. Like, Canada never shuts up about its nursing shortage, and yet it fired every nurse who wouldn't take the vaccine during the pandemic. So it's like, what's the real problem? The nursing shortage or the artificial reasoning for the shortage, right? And it's just like, I feel like so many workplaces, they have a high turnover rate because they don't take care of their employees, and the employees that they do keep, they overwork and they mandate overtime and all this other shit for them, and they work them to the bone, right? So many workplaces, they just don't take care of their employees, and then they wonder why everybody's quiet quitting, and why they don't take their own job seriously, and why they don't even care if they keep it in the end. Okay, let's deposit. 4, 3, 2. Deposit the scythe. And let's go to sleep real quick. Pass some time. You know, you can actually use less food in the winter by sleeping regularly. Oh shit, a heavy temporal storm is approaching. I hope it's not like the last one where shit just kept on spawning in our house. Mind you, they were surface monsters, so it wasn't too bad, but... Alright, I think I'm gonna grind down more of this stuff into flour. Since the quern is spinning anyway, I may as well use it. I have no more calcined flint, I don't think. We used all of it. Yeah, let's throw that in there so I can get another stack of flour for baking. I think we'll keep a cooking pot in one, and the crucible in the other. Yeah, I don't know if we'll be completely safe for the storm. The only way I think I could be completely safe is if I, like, crouch down, place a lamp, and then seal myself in here. Like, I think that's the only way that I could actually be safe for the whole thing. There were monsters spawning in my base, and I'm worried that they can be really strong monsters that spawn in my base, not just the weak surface-dwelling ones that we were seeing. But I need that data. So I guess what I'll do is I'll kind of prepare a little place there with grass, and if I have to, I'll retreat down here and take shelter. Where's our tongs? Here we go. Alright, let's pour this stuff. We have a new pickaxe coming in. A new shovel head. A new Falk's blade. right, there we go. We'll have our temporal storm pretty soon. I wonder if I could just shelter down here for the temporal storm. And, let's put a torch right there. And maybe I could bake pies throughout the storm. Kind of stockpile a little bit of food, you know? I have a bucket of water. Okay. Yeah, maybe we could just do that. That's such a nice trick for making dough. It really is. I love doing that. It's so convenient, dude. So look at this, right? If you mouse over something and you press a key on your keyboard, you'll move the item to that slot. So you can also, like, if I have my water bottle over here, I have that assigned to Z, right? So if I press Z where my mouse is, it'll go there where my mouse is. Or if I mouse over it from here and press 1, it'll go to 1, right? So if, let's say I'm trying to make a shitload of flour into dough, right? Open my crafting menu, put the flour there. Now I'm going to press Z with the bucket of water in there. I'm going to press Z right here, move it over there, take the dough, put my mouse back over the bucket, press Z again, right click the water, press Z, take the dough, Z, click, Z, dough, Z, click, Z, right? Like over and over again, and you can get it done really easily. I really appreciate it, how easy that is to pull off. That temporal storm is imminent. It's starting any second. Hopefully I'm not biting off more than I can chew here. I don't exactly have a backdoor exit. Best I can do is run over here and then seal that up. That's it. That's all I can do. All right. Let's start making some pie. We have a plethora of carrots. Let's eat this. Finish it. Alright. Let's heat up the oven for the pie. Yeah, hopefully nothing comes at us down here that we can't handle. Like I said, I can kind of shelter myself up, but it's going to be finicky. It's going to depend on what hits us. I don't want to get one shot by something. Okay, we have 16 pies to bake, so let's get started. Fucking nightmare Bowtorn. Oh god. See, I'm actually happy I'm down here because these guys hit really hard. And if I was upstairs, they'd actually be able to walk around. And they wouldn't be stuck like this. That is so sus. I hope they don't spawn beside me. They hit pretty hard with their melee attack, dude. I was actually thinking I wanted to go upstairs and try to get myself a pine door so I can create a panic room, you know? Okay, I have the pine door I need to make a panic room. Let's try to get downstairs. Yeah, like this. So now I can put myself in here and close the door and there will be a barrier that they can't hit me through, right? I feel like that sort of thinking is kind of necessary to stay safe. Safer. I'll never be truly safe. As you saw, they literally just sort of materialized in here. Nightmare level Bowtorns. Hello, Jake. Welcome, buddy. It's wonderful to see you again. How are you doing today? Ugh. Okay, we have all of our stuff collected. Not bad at all here. I slept like a baby last night. I got woken up at like 4:30 in the morning by the people upstairs, but I was able to go back to sleep relatively fast. Might be the supplementation I've been having lately, the magnesium glycinate. And the vitamin D and shit, the omega-3s, all that. Yeah, I like the idea of, like, I'm not completely safe during a temporal storm, right? Because the mod is glitchy. That maintains a level of fear. We saw Nightmare Bowtorns. 3 Nightmare Bowtorns just spawned in my cellar, right? Those hit hard. They have a tier 4 attack and they do as much damage as a bear, so it would really fuck me up to get hit by that. Wouldn't kill me in 1 hit. Might kill me in 2, depending on my nutrition and other factors, right? It's good to have at least something to fear. Still. Yeah, we're gonna stockpile a whole bunch of carrot pie. Carrots were the one crop. We got way too many carrots. We actually had 2 vessels. I left a whole vessel's worth of carrots outside to spoil and to rot. Like, we had way too much. Mind you, I'll probably bring some of those carrots in here, but we just don't need that much food. I did such a good job farming that it kind of trivialized the food situation. It really just comes down to, am I too lazy to cook it? Which a lot of the time has been the case. I've been fucking grabbing berries and scarfing those instead. But, well, now that we have the windmill, I don't need to grind my own flour, so I'm gonna be far more willing to, like, make a shitload of pies, you know? You switch the video and just see me drinking coffee, yeah. It gets like that. You have too much dopamine for too long. Yeah, I eventually found out later that it had a lot to do with my excessive consumption of coffee and my regular habit of cold showers. Taking a cold shower increases your dopamine production. So it's pretty good for like taking low motivation and erasing it. But when you habitually like chug coffee and take cold showers every day, you can end up in a situation where like you overhack your dopamine system and kind of drain the fuck out of it. Yeah. I did 100 days of discipline fairly recently, like maybe 6 months ago, where I had a cold shower every day and I meditated and trained on a rotation for like 100 days. And what I found was I was able to take a cold shower every day for the 100 days, but there were periods of time where I had to quit coffee because the coffee plus the cold showers was making me feel hyper depressed, right? My dopamine systems were just completely overloaded. Oh god, see that? Fucking nightmare drifters, 4 of them just walking around. Or yeah, nightmare bowthorns. Fortunately, they're no strangers to just stepping into a fucking meat grinder, but I have to be very careful not to let them hit me, it'll hurt. Problem is, I'm curious just how much it'll hurt, and I kind of want to find out, but I also don't want to end up taking a massive hit that I could have avoided. Oh, well, there we go. Actually, that's not too bad. I don't want to take many of those, but that's a good level of damage mitigation, considering how dangerous they are. Which means that that level of damage is probably how much a bear would do to me, because they have kind of like equal attack. But these guys deal more damage than a bear because they have a tier 4 attack, and a bear only has a tier 2 attack. So these guys have more armor mitigation. They dropped a whole bunch of shit. Like flax fibers and stuff. And arrows. I have a whole bunch of bow and arrows here. An entire stack. Beautiful part is, I don't think any monsters can actually spawn. Oh, I charred a pie. Okay, whatever, that's fine. Hang on, I have to heat this up more. I don't think monsters can spawn in the hallway that connects my cellar. The reason why I don't think they can is because this staircase, all the blocks are technically occupying the staircase. I just chiseled them out. Anyway, let's keep on baking our pies. And let's heal up. It's promising that we only took this much damage from a Nightmare Botorn's melee. I wouldn't want to get hit by a two-headed drifter or whatever, but... yeah, cold showers are definitely an acquired taste. You have to feel how they make you feel in order to associate the feeling with the pain. It's kind of like alcohol. When you take your first drink of alcohol ever, it tastes like you just swallowed someone's fart, right? And you like wince, your throat's burning, it's awful, it's terrible, but then you feel how the alcohol makes you feel, and over time you associate the disgusting taste with the wonderful euphoric feeling, right? Similar to the taste of a cigarette or whatever, right? Everyone thinks weed smells like a skunk's ass the first time until they get high. Cold showers are very similar to that. Eventually you associate the feeling of the cold shower with the freezing sensation. It's always shitty to do, but it always makes you feel on top of the world. Very powerful habit. We're gonna eat this charred pie next. Yeah, we're gonna have a good stockpile of carrot pie that we can eat over time. I can't spend too much time away from the oven. I'll have to check on the pie, but I can at least deposit some things here. We have shovel head, pickaxe head, tin bronze falk's head, an axe head. We got a lot of good stuff here. And we have tin bronze ingots to take outside to the smithing area. Put that right there. I'd like to turn on the music. The problem is I know that it's going to be the depressing cave music for as long as I'm down here. I mean, I guess I'll leave it on. It's an atmosphere. Even if it's not the atmosphere we want, it is still an atmosphere. Oh, that's done already. Beautiful. Our windmill is quite nice. Now, I'll just prepare more flour ahead of time while we have the wind. Where the hell is that guy? Over there. We did a great job on the windmill. Okay. I might even get rid of this door here. I don't know. It's just like an extra obstacle in the way whenever I go down, right? Fucking Botorns were moving around my armor stand the whole night. Anyway, we have 4 more pies to bake, and then we're done with food production. So far, so good. Let's put the flour in here for baking later. You know what? Let's make the clay shingles. We still need a little bit more in order to finish our roof. The good music is still playing even though I'm in a cave. Interesting. And then I need to make fire clay bricks for the bloomery so we can melt down whatever iron we happen to find. We need a lot of clay bricks, a lot of them. I'm gonna want to make quite a bit. I think 2 batches of shingles will be more than enough to finish our entire roof. So we'll do 8 of these. Okay, let's grab those. Yeah. Now one more batch. I'll do all the single block deletions first, and then we'll change to the 3x3 grid, and we'll do all the fill-ins after. Okay, baking our last pie right now. We made 16 pies that'll last us quite a while. Okay, there we go. That's everything we need to finish our roof. Now we're gonna need to make fire clay bricks. Let's go grab our fire clay. We have some left, a stack and a half. We'll see how many bricks that can make us. Beautiful. There it is. We got a lot of pie. A lot of pie. We'll keep this stack on us. So, fire clay bricks. How do I make fire clay bricks? Raw fire clay brick. Apparently I can craft them. I don't need to shape them, which is pretty nice. I can just go like this, and then we get the bricks. Yeah, so I'll need a lot more fire clay. But apparently I can use this. I can use the the bloomery to make more calcined flint more efficiently for less fuel. Calcined flint efficiency vintage story. A bloomery can hold 24 flint and cook them over time using charcoal, though it's less fuel efficient than the optimized method, but requires less active juggling. Well, we'll make a bloomery first, and then we'll find out how we want to do it. Yeah, let's go fire some clay products. It snowed in Florida? God damn. Hello, Cameron. Good morning, buddy. It is the best house I've ever made. Yeah, we're killing it. We're doing really good. We're gonna keep up that momentum, too. Take those. Okay, and let's put the bricks in here. I don't know how many bricks I can fit in one slot, though. Fire bricks per kiln vintage story. Apparently it holds 12 bricks. Okay, so yeah, the fire clay brick is 12 of them. I can put 12 per slot, which actually works out well because I have exactly 24 bricks. Let's get all this started then. Take our road back home. We fly. Having a double wide road is definitely the right call. All right, right. Dry grass, and then sticks, followed by peat. Yeah! All is well, Chezzy, all is well. Zuzi's... She's sleeping off a night shift night now. She's not gonna get enough sleep before the next one. I slept like $1,000,000 though. Got a really great rest last night. And there's at least hope that Zuzi won't have to work for Amazon much longer because my channel has begun to really take off lately. So hopefully we get her out of it soon. She said she wants to work for 2 more months while we wait and see how, like, whether or not the channel remains this good. I really hope things are well with you too, buddy. How are you doing? Good morning. It's wonderful to see you. Okay. We're making the shingles we need to finish our roof, as well as our first batches of fire clay bricks for bloomeries. With the bloomery, I can make calcined flint in bulk. And I can also melt down iron. Now, we need to find iron. So let's take a look here at iron bits, iron ingot, iron bloom. So I need to smelt hematite, magnetite, or limonite. All right, so there's 3 different types of iron. Now I'm gonna sleep, and then we're gonna start smithing. I need to make 2 more torch holders. Every day above ground is a good day, true enough. Yep. That's all we can ask for. We can't take it for granted. As long as we're alive, we have problems we can fix. We were endowed with the will to make a difference in our own lives. Okay, now let's make the wall sconces that we still need. I need 2 of them. I really like being able to make wall torch sconces out of other types of metal. Shit. We are gonna have to watch out for those guys. I want to do the smithing, but they might try to stop me while I try to do it. Hopefully their spawns kind of settle down. It depends on what the rift activity is around here, though. Rift activity is high. We may have a hard time doing our smelting out here. We'll see. Grab the hammer, grab the tongs. And let's make a tin bronze torch holder. Yeah, hopefully this don't persist too much, but there is a portal right outside our house, so... Huh. What the fuck? This is weird. It, like, doesn't form properly. How? Oh, well, it takes 2 ingots. Right, I forgot about that. So I'm gonna put a second ingot there. That's right. That's why it wasn't forming properly, is because I didn't have 2 ingots. All right, that's 1. Oh wow, just adding 2 ingots pretty much gets it all done all at once. That's funny. If you just stack the 2 ingots, then it's done, but you have to get rid of the excess voxels after that. Which I guess, you know, fair enough. If you know that, then you can simplify some of it. You don't have to move anything, you just have to destroy the surplus. Beautiful. I no longer need to carry torches on me, guys. I have permanently opened up that inventory. Let's get these placed where we need them. Anyway, I actually don't really think I need this panic room anymore. Because I took a hit from the Nightmare Drifter. It really wasn't that bad. So... maybe I'll at least just keep that grass there and put the door there, just in case. It's better to have it and not need it. Little panic room. In case like a double-headed fucking drifter spawns, you know? Anyway, we have a wall sconce torch right there. I can use that. I can grab that, light the fires, and then put it back. And then we need one of those at our bloomery area. But not the clay firing area. This is probably where I'm gonna build my bloomeries. Yeah, we'll put that torch right there. Does there have to be air above the kiln block? Or can I leave that torch there? You know what? Better idea. Oh, right, but we need a roof over it, probably, to make sure it doesn't get extinguished, right? God damn it, I'm hungry, but I can't get a moment to eat my pie. Here we go. Can't get a moment for much with the high rift activity around base right now. Jesus. Alright, well, you know what? I'm just gonna put it here and leave it there. And we'll see if this finishes regardless. Yeah, at least that way it's rainproof and I don't have to change anything about the space. It'll just work. Let's get out of here. Oh, I think we're making it to winter this time. I took a hit from something stronger than a bear, and I only lost like a quarter of my health. The tailored gambus and armor is gonna carry us at this point. Should be okay. Now, let's grind some of this marble into lime. We don't have that much wind right now, but we'll get more later. Let's deposit these torches since we no longer need to hold them, which I'm really happy about. And let's go deposit this stack of flour. We have 2 stacks of flour for our next pie bake-a-thon. Oh yeah. I like that. And we didn't even need to find sphalerite. We were able to use our bronze. Okay, so now the next task on the list is I have to get out there and I have to find limonite, magnetite, or hematite. Those are 3 different types of iron. Oh, I wish you could too, Chris. Yeah, like every voxel of metal that you remove is another nugget that you get back. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Yeah, it'd be really cool if you could get like a refund on the nuggets. Fucking hit and run. What a sucker. But this is how it is when you got a portal like right beside your house. Alright, let's make more bandages. We need more. It looks like these guys can't fit through 2 block wide, or 1 block wide gaps. They're 2 block wide enemies. All right, let's get the hell out of here and let's begin prospecting for one of those iron types. Any place that we can get a prospecting reading is a good place to get one. We'll be looking for high magnetite, hematite, or limonite. Or ilmenite, whatever the fuck it's called. We just need to locate caves and we can begin getting good readings. I don't even need caves, technically. I could just dig underground, but I'll try not to. If I survive 2 more episodes, it'll officially be the longest. Well, technically, remember, these episodes have been much longer. So if we go by actual hours played, I might even already be... no, right, yeah. I wonder how the hours compare. Like, how many hours did I survive in Attempt 16, and how many hours have I survived in this one? I think we're at like 30 hours here. Yeah, you can actually reduce the amount of food you need in the winter by sleeping every night. Because when you sleep, you guys remember how I told you if you go 4 seconds without performing any actions, then your hunger rate reduces 4-fold? That's actually a thing when you sleep too. When you sleep, it gives you that 4-fold reduction. That is a cave, but I don't think I'm getting down there. Right here looks more accessible. Okay, let's get a reading. Okay, there's very poor magnetite here and minuscule hematite. Those are 2 of the things we're looking for, just in really shitty amounts. So we're gonna pick a direction, go there. I'll go toward home, and we'll try to get a reading closer to home. All right, take care for now, Chezzy. Take care for now. Thank you very much for stopping by to say hello. I've appreciated it. I'll see you in a little bit. Let's eat. I wonder what we'd get if I got a reading near my copper mine. There is so much frost on the ground right now. We're near my copper mine right here. Let's get a reading inside this small cave. Decent native copper, but minuscule amounts of hematite and magnetite. Okay, so instead, but let's go this way. Maybe, you know what? I'll try going across the large lake. Let's head back to where that lake is. It's right over here. And I'll try to get readings on the way if I see any shallow caves that don't look too dangerous. But yeah, that lake is directly over here. Sometime at night, I'd like to try to get a glimpse of the North Star. If I can get a glimpse of the North Star, then I can get an idea of compass directions. I have never done that before, and I probably should be doing it every playthrough so that I can have a better orientation of directionality, right? How do I remember where to... Well, it's because I don't have a map, right? The longer you're in an area, the more you familiarize yourself with the geography of it. I think it's like a natural phenomenon. We sort of develop an internal compass and a lay of the land. You just have to stretch the muscle. It's all it is, buddy. If you try to play without a map, you'll see what I mean eventually. You'll just develop like a sense for the area that you're in. But if you go further away from home, then it becomes more risky, and it becomes a game of like, okay, I need to run in one direction for a long time and never turn, right? Anyway, we actually got further. We're gonna go all the way over this way. I'm gonna go to my base. I'm just gonna run straight behind the farm. Maybe slightly to the left, in the direction of our cassiterite mine. Yeah, you only need a map because you have one. Once you don't have one, you'll be surprised. Mind you, I'm not gonna wanna have to try to do the story without a map, but we'll see what I can do. If I can find the North Star, then that at least gives me like something. There's my windmill, my big beacon back home. Let's get a reading of whatever minerals are right beside our house. And I'd like to increase my fruit nutrition score, so we're gonna grab some berries on the way, and I'll just eat those berries raw. There's some berries that aren't gonna be around for much longer due to the temperature, so. Very poor everything. Okay. Let's get out of here then. We have a lot of berries to get my fruit score up. Maybe let's just run really far this way and get a few readings. We know where meteoric iron is, and apparently meteoric iron is kind of like black bronze. It's like a superior version of iron, but you need base level iron to get the meteoric iron. In the same way that you'd need a tin bronze pickaxe in order to get the gold and silver required for black bronze. All right, let's get some readings here. We have a lot of surface veins to make it easy. Surface rocks. Very poor stuff here. Let's go this way and see how those numbers change. "41 hours for attempt 16 and 34 for attempt 23. Holy shit, that's crazy. I've made so much more progress in so much less time. Thank you very much, Cameron. I appreciate that, buddy. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. No, this ain't Minecraft. This is, we call it around here, Minecraft for adults. It's an extraordinary game, Chop Slap. Extraordinary game. With a wealth of really rich and awesome mechanics. And I highly recommend it. I think it's worth every penny that you would pay for it. It's about 20 bucks. And it's not on Steam, but the link to buy it is in the description down below. How are you doing, Chop? All right, let's eat. Like I said, we're gonna eat fruit. Try to get our nutrition score for fruit restored to a respectable level. Hey, black bear. Base is that way, but I need to find a cave or something where I can get a good reading. Maybe, you know what? Oh, here we go. Okay, and the ramp out basically leads to where base is. Oh. Okay. Ultra high native copper. That's pretty crazy. Ultra high native copper is pretty nuts. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna mark that, actually. With a large pickaxe icon. Make it easy to find my way back. The other things in the reading were negligible, though. So let's head in this direction for a little bit and get more readings for iron. Yeah, Minecraft got us ready for this game. About to clock into work. Right on, buddy. But bear in mind, this game is heavily moddable, so even a lot of things, if you don't like things about it, you can mod them and change them. It's a very moddable game, easy to access the files. And you can fix a lot of the problems with either mods downloaded or mods created yourself. All right, home is that way to my right. Decent cinnabar. What the fuck is cinnabar? Pulverizes into crushed... Oh, it's used as a dye. Lignite, chromite. Apparently there's borax near here, which is kind of crazy. Which we need borax in order to make an iron anvil, apparently. Why pass up the meat? I've been running past a lot of boars. I feel like I should stop doing that. We're gonna start collecting them when we see them. Yeah, home is this way. I'm pretty sure. It's far this way, but it is this way. We go long enough that way, we'll get to the massive lake where home is. There's my pickaxe icon right there, so we're not lost or anything. Oh yeah. It started as a Minecraft mod, but then it became too big to fit into its shoes. All right, let's get a reading over here by this sandstone cliff. Minuscule amounts of everything we need. I feel like every time we get a reading for iron, it's usually like low. We'll keep looking, keep on checking, but it does seem hard to find this stuff. Don't see any caves over there suited to a reading. Let's just get a reading right here and see what's what. Alright, let's eat some berries. Continue to get our fruit nutrition restored to some respectable level. And I might want to head home. I'll try to hunt more boars on the way. If I go this way, I think I'll get to the ruins near our base, and there's a lot of pigs near those ruins, so... At least historically there have been. We don't know if there's any now. Let's try to get a reading right here. Poor stuff. Alright, you know what? I think I'm gonna just stick to my original idea. We're gonna run to the other side of that massive lake near my base. At least there's no more portals near my frickin' house. Let's take some of those carrots inside. I feel like I may as well, like, I wanted to spoil them, but I also feel like, you know, we can throw them in pies or whatever. I just don't like having more than one chest of any given crop, and we have like almost 2 chests worth of frickin' carrots, you know? So we're gonna have to mix and match here a little bit. Just put the carrots wherever they'll fit. Yeah. And we have 38 raw meat. We'll try to get some more that'll last for 4 days. Let's grab the lime. We can start grinding these bones down if we want to. Let's deposit the medium hides. It is getting pretty dark. We can't do that much more exploration, but what I can do is go check on my fire and clay products and see if they're done. It looks like they are. So we can make our first bloomery and finish our roof. And we can make some calcined flint. We need calcined flint. And I'm gonna try to detect the North Star tonight, if I can. I won't sleep right away. Over there, I believe, is where we got our first reading of borax, so I have to try to remember that. I can make some signposts and start writing on them. Signpost right here. So, board and 2 sticks. I need more sticks. I have none. So let's grab our shears. This one set of shears has helped us get so many sticks over its lifetime, and it's still at about 40% durability. I'm loyal to this tool. I wish I could repair it, you know? It'd be nice if you could repair and maintain your equipment. You develop such a strong relationship with the stuff you craft just because it takes so much work to make everything. So it'd be cool if you could have like a favorite tool, right? One that you upkeep. Alright, we have almost 2 stacks of sticks. Plenty. There we go. I have a signpost. We're gonna put it right there. And I can actually use that signpost to get a feel for the directionality. That is my compass, because somehow this signpost knows what north is, even if I don't. But if I needed the North Star, I could see it in the sky somewhere. It's just really cloudy right now. Alright. So, which way is north? That way is north, apparently. Which means that southwest is where we found the borax. So we'll mark that as borax signal. Hell yeah. So that's where we located borax. We also found ultra high copper, which I believe was to the west? No, to the south, right? UH copper. to the south. I believe it was to the south, but we might want to have it over here where the borax was. And then that means to the north would be where my high copper is. To the south is, no, to the east is where my marble mine is. And then where the borax is, that's actually where my cassiterite mine is, so borax / tin. And I'm gonna make one more of those signposts to serve as a compass. Honestly, you could carry charcoal and a signpost on you and then place it and write on it in order to find out which direction was which. That's pretty cool. You could reorient yourself after getting turned around that way. It's kind of cheesy, but it would work. Our fruit score is maxed out now. Ugh. All right, so northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest. So we now have like a compass built, more or less. So really, if that way is north, then the North Star should be visible somewhere over there. I just don't really see where it is. It could be this big one right there, but there's so many trees, how would I know, right? Deposit the lime, and then we'll grind down even more pink marble. May as well use it, right? Like, signpost FTW, damn straight. Okay, I'm gonna deposit this coal. We're gonna finish our roof. I hope we have enough blocks to finish it. I think we do. Oh yeah, we definitely do. Good. Okay, I now have an enclosed and fully roofed second floor that we can use for whatever we want. And we have a nice terrace out here also. I don't know how I feel about this. It looks kind of funky. It does look weird from the outside. We'll see. I might change it. Anyway, I'm thinking upstairs is a good place for the bloomeries, perhaps. Although I'd like to build the bloomeries... Hang on. In a place where I have a wall sconce for repeated use. So, bloomery base is that. Bloomery chimney is that. Let's make 2 chimneys. And then 2 bloomery bases. So I have 2 bloomeries available. Let's head to the beach and get them built. And then we can start using them. Alright, we have the chimney. So I need to add smeltables, and then I need to add fuel, but I don't know how much fuel goes with how many smeltables. We need 24 flint. I need to make calcined flint in order to make more fire clay for more bricks. Which means we need more flint. So we're just going to go ahead and sleep and then gather more. Where's the stripper pole? Not yet, buddy. Okay. I have slept. Let's wake up to our favorite food. Fucking carrot pie. Again. Deposit the shingles. Equip the knife. Store the shears on the shelf. It's still very dark. But I can still look for some flint even though it's dark. I think I need 24 flint in order to completely fill a bloomery, so we're just going for a quantity of 24 right now. We already have 19. And I can see now there might be a little bit of value in making sure that you always have, like, a place to mine flint. But you can find that on the surface with relative regularity. One. One more. Here we go. All right, let's go prepare our first batch of flint. So 24 flint is the absolute maximum. Now we're gonna need some fuel, but I don't know what the rules are for how much fuel you add. Hang on. Most likely it just requires the full number. So it would require 6 pieces. Does it require coal or charcoal? Can charcoal be used? Ugh. Okay. It looks ready. Let's grab the torch off the wall sconce and then get it lit. We'll have 24 calcined flint chunks that we can grind down later. When that's done. It's lit. We come back there after a while and we'll be able to collect what we need from it. Now, today's the day. Let's plant these oak trees. And then I'm gonna head across the lake to try and find a source of iron. And I'll gather more flint on the way. We have plenty of food to stay fed. I might hate it, but carrot pie is food. Nothing we need is over here. This is very rugged and mountainous terrain, very difficult to navigate. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're trying to collect a bunch of red meat. We could use it. We have 38 back at home. We'll try to get more while we're out here. We're gonna get a reading over here near these large cliffs. The hunt for iron continues. Poor stuff. There's nothing here but poor stuff. Okay, fair enough. There's a bunch of traders here. Any luxuries traders? Treasure hunter, huh? Interesting. Commodities merchant. Looks like they're the only two. Anyway, that's my big lake around home. We're not lost or anything. Let's see where that deer led us. Try to get a reading. Very poor magnetite. Very poor sphalerite. We're still just hugging the lake near our home. Now, let's get another reading here and see how it changed. Very poor magnetite, 0.48. So the reading is actually worse now than it was before. I would probably go underground and start mining even if I just found a decent reading. I heard that iron veins are pretty massive, yeah. That apparently with just like 2 veins you can usually make like full plate. Decent magnetite, look at that. Alright, I need to leave a waypoint that's gonna get me back home. And this is that waypoint. I have my bucket of water, so we can go underground here and see what we can see. Oh, wrong feature. Yeah, there we go. No ore nearby. No, well, I did some research on the processing. I know what it entails, right? With the bloomery and stuff, and then you have to get the iron bloom and break the chunks off of it. Yeah, I already made 2 bloomeries. I have one going, making flint, calcine flint right now, 24 calcine flint chunks. And I know that you have to like repeatedly produce fire clay in order to, you know, you lose bricks. I'm aware, yeah. Very large amounts of quartz. Quartz, huge amounts. No ore nearby. Our temporal stability has begun to go down. No ore nearby. Jesus. No ore nearby. No ore nearby. Native copper trace amounts? What the hell was the reading for native copper? Very poor. Okay. Native copper trace amounts. No ore nearby. I'm starting to think we're not going to find iron in this mine shaft. Mantle. I literally made it all the way down to bedrock and we didn't find any. Fuck. That's the first time I've ever had that happen. Anyway, let's look for a better reading of iron around the area. I still have my waypoint home. I just have to go directly behind me to get to that waypoint. Oh, home. So I have to go that way to get back to it. Poor magnetite, so it actually ended up getting worse over here. We'll pick a different direction from the origin point. Oh wow, fucking bear right there. Doesn't even come at me. God, did I get, like, I didn't get turned around, I know that, but where the hell is my waypoint area? Where's the clearing of this forest? Yeah, I have no idea where the hell I am now. Like, I have a general idea, but it does seem like I've missed the turn-off, like the off-ramp of this forest. Here we go. I don't know how the fuck I ended up right here. I must have ran past it, is all. Like, I went through those trees. Anyway, let's pick a new direction and go there. I have to be more careful about detecting my waypoint when I pass it. I gotta find a place where I can get a reading here, like a little shallow cave or something. Or maybe just this cliff up ahead. Fat chance. I don't think I'm getting up here without tremendous problems. Alright, let's try to get a reading here. Major doubts, but... poor magnetite. So not this way. Let's head back. Maybe it's actually the direction I was running when I didn't find my waypoint home before. Possibly. We'll find out. Here's the clearing. It is getting dark, and I don't want to be out here too late past dark. Maybe I'll start heading home and just get a reading from home. Or magnetite. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just go home. Today is not our day. Treasure hunter. Commodities merchant. This is our lake. So far, the best magnetite reading we got was way back there. Yeah, fucking not very dense resources around my base. Tis like the bite of a flea. I do love having this massive lake near my base, though. It's such a good landmark, right? I can approach this thing from any direction, and I immediately know I'm okay once I found it. It's so massive. And there's my windmill. Hello, Seven Sky. Hello. Welcome. That's where our copper was, but I mean, I'm familiar enough with that copper vein, so we don't need this. Let's go check on the bloomery and see if it's done making the calcined flint chunks. It looks like it. Yep. Alright, I got a partial refund on some of that shit. 7 fire clay bricks. I'll need to make more, but that's what the calcined flint chunks are for. Let's make more stone paths. Oh, yes. I have almost a full stack of meat, dude. That's wonderful. Temporarily, we'll just put these hides in here. Till we figure out what we would most prefer to do with them. Alright, that's 64 more lime, and let's put these calcined flint chunks in there to be ground down for more fire clay. I have 2 stacks of ground up lime. 8 more flint, I'll need to find more. 7 fire clay bricks. With only 2 fire clay remaining, but that's what the calcined shit is for. Let's eat that, and get some sleep. Still dark as fuck outside. Okay, we need to figure out what we're doing with that meat. Now, what I could do is I could make a bunch of meat pies with it, which would last about 30 days, or alternatively, I can fill a crock pot with some meat meals, right? And I'm thinking I go with the crock pot option, because that way when I need to get my protein score up, I can just crack into the crock pot and get it back up, right? I want to find out if 7 peat is enough to do 6 servings of hefty meat stew. Let's grab the torch off the sconce. Light both of these. That's 3 crocks worth of meat stew for deep into the winter. Almost done. I'm gonna work on this roof a little bit. I do find it looks a tad strange looking at it from down below. And I feel I ought to alter it a little bit to make it look less strange. But we'll wait till we have good daylight and I can get a good view of it. Let's grab our backup tin bronze Falk's head. Same with our backup prospecting pick. Okay. There we go. Powdered calcined flint. Now let's grab this. Beautiful. Good amount of fire clay. 24 is the perfect number to make 3 stacks of fire clay from 3 stacks of clay. Now we're just gonna make a shitload of bricks. I think that's enough bricks to make 4 batches. I think it's 12 bricks per batch. There we go. Let's go check on the stew. Probably gonna need one more, so what, like 8 peat in total? For a 6 batch of stew? I'd imagine. I don't really know. I wish there was like a cooking calculator so that you'd know how much time, how much fuel it would take to finish cooking what you are currently cooking, right? So I think we ended up putting 9 fuel in there. So maybe it's just 50% more peat than the amount of servings of hefty red meat stew. however many servings you're making, put 50% more fuel in there. So 4 servings, 6 fuel. 6 servings, 9 fuel. 2 servings, 3 fuel, right? Maybe that's it. Anyway, let's grab our crocs and store some food. We're gonna want to bring that shelving back down and grab some honeycombs. I have no honeycombs. Let's get some. Dick. Let yourself in, why don't you? Alright, we have what we need to seal the crocs. Let's grab some crocs. Oh yeah, 3 full crock pots right there. And then we're gonna seal all of them. And let's grab our shelves and put them back down there. Along with all of our crock pots. We'll just rest those crocs on the shelves. Where do we put the shelves, huh? I guess just down here by the water. Okay, now we'll try to get more meat and preserve even more. Let's eat some of our carrots. Carrot pie. Never a bad time for more carrot pie in this playthrough. Use one last bandage so I can equip these ones. Okay, beeswax. Fire clay bricks. Yeah, we have more of those incoming, but we have to get them firing. So let's grab sticks and dry grass and 16 peat. I'm gonna need more peat at this stage, actually. So we'll have to go outside and start mining some. Unfortunately, there's high rift activity again. Look at all this shit. That's the one downside about not using real fences for your railings, is that the monsters can basically get right over it. I might actually want to put like a middle railing there so that they can't just jump over and flank me, right? Okay, let's go get more peat. Over here by the bees is where we have it. God damn it. I hate the portals around your house because you can never get anything done, you know? I love having this much peat just right beside our house, dude. Alright, let's go. Get everything set up. We'll take the road there so it's faster. Oh yeah. Fucking Zippy Gonzalez over here. Okay. Let's grab the torch off the wall sconce and get this shit lit, then put it back there. We have a lot more fire clay bricks coming in now. I might want to go back to that area where I ended up getting the decent reading of magnetite. It's either that or I explore other areas, but we've explored a lot of areas and that's the first decent reading we ever got, so... And not just of magnetite, I haven't really found any limonite or halotipatopatite, whatever the fuck it's called, the other one. Halite? I don't know. Alright. Yeah, I prefer it the other way. Let's go deposit everything. We have our spare tools that we know we're gonna need. We have our spare pro pick. I don't have a spare pickaxe, but I will craft and bring it. You never know. Anyways, so do I go somewhere new where I might have new hunting opportunities regarding boars, or do I hit up that other place? I think we're just gonna hit up that other place. It just sucks that we dug down and found literally nothing, so that's the one thing that kind of makes me not want to go back there. I kind of, you know what, we'll take our chances in a new zone. Yeah. Oh, we got our first ice forming, guys. Our very first batches of ice. It's -1 degrees. But I am fully dressed in furs, and I have a shitload of pelts and rawhide clothing available for, you know, if I need new clothing at any point. I guess let's get a reading right here and see what it divulges. There's fucking copper right there. Wow. I don't really have any food on me. I just ate the last of it. Zero traces of ore in this area. That's really weird, because we literally just saw copper and it's telling me there is none here. Like, that's marginally sus, not gonna lie. Anyway, we're just gonna head diagonally this way. And I'll grab a little bit of clay on the road. We just used a bunch of it, making 48 fire clay bricks, so... I'd say 2 stacks will do for now. Let's continue on, diagonally, away from base. Oh, shit. Yeah, we don't want to get wet too often. We will freeze to death. Or it'll at least be necessary to make a fire and dry off next to it. Okay. There is a cave right there, but it's right next to a portal, and I don't want that smoke right now. Right here. What do you need? What do you mean I need 2 more samples? Maybe that's a dividing line for the chunks. Okay, what the fuck? Or maybe it's because my axe broke. Very poor hematite. Yeah. Oh, come on, get out of here. Pests. Oh, you're asking for it, dude. Little harassers is what you are. Fucking harassers. Get out of here. Now, that massive lake, home is that way. It just occurred to me, I have no food. And I'll bet you dollars to donuts I ain't finding any berries, so let's go back home. Maybe getting the odd reading on the way, and seeing what I can forage on the way. We are gonna go hungry for a little bit, though. Unless I find berries that are still on the bush. But in these temperatures, I'm inclined to doubt that very much. Shitty shit. Ain't nothing here but some shitty ass shit. Found blue clay. Oh. That's a bear. I was hoping that was boars. That's not fire clay, right? No, that's just blue clay. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this might be where I got that reading for ultra high copper. No, that's okay. That's my surface copper vein that I found that one time. I'm gonna have to turn the heat on. It's fucking freezing in this house. Soon. At least we didn't go too hungry. We have a full stack of veggie pie just waiting to be claimed, and I guess I'm gonna have to go back to that place where we found the decent reading of magnetite after all. We'll just go there and bite the bullet, get it over with. Now let's heal up. Hang on. Can't I heal up faster by removing my gear? Yeah. I shouldn't do that when I'm out and about, though, otherwise I might get ambushed by something that fucks me up, right? What, you can't, like... You can't shift-click your armor on or anything? Oh, that sucks. Okay. Anyway, we got 2 stacks of clay. Yeah, let's go. We got plenty of food for the foreseeable future. I'm gonna go turn on the heat. And maybe make another coffee. Alright, I need a 3-minute timer. Maybe 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Water will be boiled when that's done. Let's get another 2 stacks of clay. You know what sucks about eating pie? It doesn't give you the hunger freezing effect that meals do, right? It's a pie L for sure. All right, we got 2 stacks. Let's move on. At least I don't think it gives you the hunger freezing effect. It might, but... Maybe it's not limited to meals, but it's limited to the caloric density of the food previously eaten. So because the caloric density of veggie pie is very low, well, at least the satiety rating of it is low, then it doesn't freeze your hunger for as long. Maybe that's more like the case. So maybe if I was having meat pies, you know, it would freeze my hunger more often. Very poor magnetite. That's my life, bro. Very poor magnetite. I'm all about that very poor magnetite life. Anyway, we're almost at the place where we got the decent reading. Oh, it's around here somewhere. Not 100% sure where, but it's around here. I think that's our signpost that we made, indicating the decent area, so we're gonna have to pick another place to go down in this vicinity. We never got density readings over here in this direction, so we're gonna get a density reading over here somewhere. Timer. Be right back. All right, 1:15, the coffee will be ready. Hello, gamer fam. Hello, welcome. How are you? Okay, let's get a reading right here. Decent magnetite again. So I'm assuming that the area of magnetite must be, like, enormous. The last decent reading of magnetite I got, it's too high up to actually see, so I don't know what it was, but... Oh, hello. Anyway, let's take a brief moment. Yeah, good. To hope I didn't get lost when I turned around. We're gonna get a reading over here and compare it to the other reading we just got, to see which direction it got better. This is 1.38, so the reading actually did get better when I went into the woods over here. Hello there. Oh yeah, we need more meat. We need crocs full of meat meals, sealed with the wax, right? So we're gonna head this way a little bit. And if I turn left, I'll get home. Our reading got better for magnetite over here. Hopefully we can find high or even ultra high readings. Alright, we're gonna find a place right around here to get a reading. I think I might see a cave entrance here. Yeah, so home is that way. Decent bismuth and very poor native copper with absolutely 0 readings for magnetite. What the fuck? Okay. Then I guess we're heading back the way we came. I'll grab that resin though. Maybe the better reading is actually going to be over here someplace. I just don't want to get turned around too much. That can be risky. We gotta remain on a compass axis and know which way is home, you know? I could get a reading at that cliffside right there. If I can find a way through these fucking trees. Oh, you're gonna get it. Son of a bitch. I'm not gonna get anything done with those motherfuckers camping me. Alright. Before, I really enjoyed being afraid of them. Now they're just annoying. Alright. If it's not one thing, it's another. I can't believe how quickly it's getting dark, too. It's like 3, and it's already getting fucking dark out here. Maybe I should have gone ham show on trying harder to find iron before the turn of the season. Oh, man. Okay. Anyway, chances are I've already missed my my little marker. We're gonna head this way and get out of this forest. I'll grab a reading right here. Decent magnetite again. It looks like decent is all I can even find. Like, I'm just not getting anything besides decent readings, so... Anyway, home is in this direction. We're gonna head over there, try to get to some sort of a clearing, because the darker it gets, the more easy it'll be for me to get turned around and get irrevocably lost, right? Okay, this clearing is good enough. I can work with this. I've already gotten a reading here. Poor magnetite. I'm pretty sure the little camp I made near the best reading that we ever got is right over here, so I'm gonna spend time over here, and we're just gonna dig down in more areas, I suppose. I gotta find the place where my waypoint marker is. I think that's it right there through the trees. And then basically we just pick places around here to dig down. Yeah, decent magnetite. Alright, 1.7. I think that's actually better than the prior readings that we got for magnetite. 1.62, 1.38. Yeah, 1.7 over here seems like the best one. So let's make a little waypoint right here that directs us home. And then let's dig down right here. Where's my bucket? Oh shit, I don't even have my fucking bucket. Where is it? God damn it. I have to go home for my fucking bucket. Hello, Zuzi. Hey. Hey, oh, my tired people.
There's something coming at you.
Oh shit, I thought I paused it. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. It's time for my lunch break. Alright, lunch is down the hatch, my coffee is acquired, and I remembered exactly what I did with my bucket. We squeezed out honeycombs with it. So... we gotta head back home. And then come out here tomorrow. Once I've retrieved my bucket. We have a mine shaft picked out. Let's eat. We got crazy legs. Alright, well, home is this way. Let's just get going. Oh, we need that. Got one of them. The Falk's Blade feels like the reach is so low. In order to hit them, you have to get close enough where they can also hit you. Alright, there was another boar. Yeah, right here. Except this one is running for reasons unknown to me, so let's get out of here. And I don't want to chase after it, otherwise I'm just risking that I get lost. There's monsters literally everywhere right now. Apocalyptic rift activity. Holy shit. Yeah, running home in the dark, scary shit. Anyway, it looks like we've made it to the coast. Now we gotta just get home all the way. Let's run around the shoreline until we get there. One of these days, chat, we are going to get iron. There's portals all over the place right now. All right. Almost home. Well, gamer fam, let's hope it's a regular, routine, simple surgery, no complications, no harm, no foul, huh? Okay, here we are, home sweet home, away from the frickin' monsters. I have enough red meat now to make a new stew. And I think we determined we need 50% more fuel than the servings, so we need 9 fuel in there. 9 fuel, and we guarantee that it cooks properly. I did not, but, you know, it's helping. Every time I wake up in the night, it helps me to go back to sleep. Well, I mean, we can ration it out a little, right? Alright. 20 medium hides, 2 large hides. I have 1 more red meat that we'll store in here. And that'll cook. Let's get some sleep and grab our bucket. Thank you, sweetie. Do I have room for 1 more barrel? Not really. We don't exactly need a barrel of honey. So I guess I'll just... I have a second bucket, don't I? It's under the fruit press. I'll grab that. Thank you, Zuzi. Yeah, let's get some rest. I might want to make a better bed. A cozy bed. Alright, well, I need 3 hay bales, a linen. And some planks. Alright, there we go. I now have a quality bed. We no longer need this one, the hay bed. Can I take it apart with the knife, or are we throwing it in a lake somewhere? Alright, I can take it apart. Very nice. Yeah, we got a quality bed now. I can sleep for longer. Yeah, let's get some rest. This will allow me to sleep for 8.5 hours, passing much more time. Which is good, because now it's darker so much earlier. Like, so much later in the morning, it stays dark. Okay, so I got 2 more stacks of clay while we were out. I now have a bucket for water. Let's go check on that meat stew. It isn't done yet, but it's getting there. I guess we'll just leave it there. But maybe it would be prudent to seal it up as quickly as possible. We need these apocalyptic portals to chill out. Medium rift activity. All right, the meat stew will be finished any second. We can package it up. And then we have to seal it, so let's go grab a honeycomb. Or like some wax. We only need to seal 1 right now because we don't have a full... Our second crock pot won't be full. This one is. Seal it. And this one, we're gonna have to wait. Alright, let's head out. I have food to tide us over. Let's close the door to the cellar. Let's get over there. With our bucket of water, we can now do what we have to do. It is kind of shitty to have to run all the way around this lake every time. but it is what it is. Now, we did get a better reading for magnetite to the south of our previous reading. So I'm wondering if I continue to head more south, will the reading get better? Maybe if I head toward that mountainous area, then the readings will improve. We don't know yet, haven't tried yet, but I would like to. Odd. My feet stopped making noise. There we go. We got some traders here. Neither of them are luxury traders, though. We're looking for a luxury trader because I have some gemstones and a crown that I could sell. Right now, though, I don't even know what the hell I would spend rusty gears on. Anyway, this is the place. I'm going to want to get a reading around this area. Poor magnetite. Well, our intended mining site is over there. It's like my theory was off. Let's just go down right here where we got that 1.7 decent rating. And let's hope it bears fruit. Oh, for fuck's sake. Where's my lantern? What the hell did I do with my lantern now? Oh my god, I don't want to run all the way back home. God damn it, dude. I'm getting so sick of this. I just keep running back and forth, failing to get what I'm coming for. I have no idea what I did with my lantern, too. I have no idea where it is. I can't believe it. Like, what did I do with my lantern? I have no idea. I know we got home with it, but wouldn't seem so bad if I could actually find some boars and get more meat on the trip. Not finding fuck all, though. All right, thank you. A little bit of a redeeming prize here. We hunted a boar. If we're lucky, more of them will run at us. We'll get more red meat. Alright, we're almost home. I can grab my fucking lantern wherever the hell I put it. I have no idea where it is. And I swear to God, We're gonna go back there. We're gonna find magnetite. We're gonna make our iron, and everything will be honky motherfucking dory. 100%. I may as well grab this shit. Where the hell is my lantern? Shitty part about the lantern is that if you just right click in the wrong place, then you'll place it and you'll have no idea where. I don't even know where the hell I put the damn thing. Maybe... I guess that's it right there. I must have placed it on the wall by accident. Fucking hell. Alright, well, let's get out of here. After we deposit the meat and the hides. And this time, I swear to God, I didn't forget anything. We have the water, we have my lantern, we have food, we have everything. Let's not fuck it up. Let's go. Let's get over there and let's complete the task for which we originally set out so that I can have my iron and I can make my better tools and I can move on. From this godforsaken stage of progression that I have been trapped in like a limbo for millennia. All right, let's go. Morale is high. And expectations are low. I never noticed how batshit crazy that mountain up there is. Alright, let's go. Down we go. Finally. Hopefully we find iron. No ore nearby. No ore nearby. No ore? Man, come on. We need magnetite. We need it. I want iron. The first iron that I will have ever gathered in this game is waiting for us somewhere in this large area. Is strip mining when you just make like a long tunnel? You can't do that here because you can't find every mineral in every place. You have to go to different areas in order to have access to different minerals. I swear to God, if I hit bedrock again and I find no goddamn magnetite, I'll be cheesed, bro. Native copper trace amounts. Just like before, the reading here for native copper is very poor. Why do I keep finding native copper and not the decent magnetite that's supposed to be here? Crazy. Native copper, medium amounts. I'm basically about to start a new copper mine here. Native copper, medium amounts. Holy shit, dude. Come on, we need iron. I need an iron node. No ore nearby. I'm actually pretty sure I'm gonna have a second shaft in a decent magnetite area where I don't find any iron. Yeah, I just hit the mantle. I'm starting to think that it's not actually being truthful about the decent reading. I heard that apparently, the percent chance it shows you is a chance that the ore generated in world creation. Like if it says very high, it doesn't actually mean you can find it in that chunk. It just means that there's a very high chance that it did generate during world creation, given the other parameters in the area. I don't know. We'll just keep looking around, but getting sick of coming up empty, you know? And it's getting dark already at this point. Alright, let's go find another place to get a reading. Poor magnetite. I just found an actual cave. Decent magnetite 1.77. What do you say? Do I look around the fucking cave? I mean, I guess I could. Terrific. Well, I'm not going to make much progress looking around the cave right there, you know what I mean? I emerged right here. So I guess I'm just going to fucking dig down right here. I mean, what else do I do, right? I'll start a new mine right here. We got a reading of 1.77. It's far enough away from our previously mined location where we might get something. Hopefully, we're getting desperate. Quartz, huge amounts. Quartz, huge amounts. I'm starting to think that it's a false positive. Decent magnetite, can't find any. Vintage story. decent chance, still has a decent chance there's no magnetite in your current 32 by 32 chunk. All right, well, yeah, it's entirely possible that we won't find iron. Apparently a chunk is 32 by 32, and if you don't find any when digging down in your current chunk, then you have to go to a different 32 by 32 area and look there. Let's eat. Yeah, I don't think we're finding iron in this chunk, but right now it's too dark, so like I have to wait until... I guess I can't wait until it's light out, because it's winter. It's always going to be dark, right? At the very least, we're getting a lot of stone. Which, you know, we can use for various purposes, like granite walking paths and shit like that. We're almost at bedrock again. Yeah, I don't think we're finding iron in this chunk. This will be our third fucking shaft down. Yeah. Alright, let's get out of here, I guess. We're gonna have a hard time finding our way out there. It's dark. We're almost at the surface. I might want to start making little light posts, actually. Because it's winter, because it's always dark. Imagine if I had like a lantern or even just an oil lamp standing on top of a directional pillar that I had made. Right now, there's literally like no way other than the sound of this waterfall for me to know where I have to go. I don't know where my little waypoint marker is. I definitely can't get rid of that water, otherwise I'll just be fumbling around in the dark completely. Yeah, I can't do anything right now because I don't know where I am and I don't know where base is. There's a body of water here, but I don't know if it's my body of water. It might be. Hello. Son of a bitch. Don't you run from me. Get back here. Alright. No food. Okay, here's my waypoint marker back home. Hey! Alright, not bad. So, at least now that I found this waypoint marker, I can work with this for the desired outcomes that we want. Ditch the bushmeat. And the lily of the valley. Alright. So, I am going to run this way. Yeah, reasonably far. It's got to be at least 32 blocks away. And then... I already got a reading here before, but the thing is, I probably have to just dig down here anyway. What the fuck? I just got 4 fucking samples. Why? Oh, whatever. Hate that. I hate the finicky nature of the prospecting pick. I should have got a reading right there, but I didn't, so... Alright, decent magnetite here. My waypoint marker is back that way, so I need to create a little tower here, leading me back to my waypoint marker, and then I'll use this as the basis for my next mine shaft. That's the only way I can really go about doing this. However, I have no water, so okay, little test, we're gonna run over here. There's my little thingy-majiggy right there. Grab water, head back. Here's my marker. Now we head this way until I get to the new mine shaft I created, which is, well, I think it's 32 blocks away. Maybe let's go a little bit further. I don't know. Right here. All right. No ore. I did not think that finding iron would give me this much trouble. I mean, just finding a very high reading is something we haven't been able to do. All we've ever found is decent, and what's crazy is every time we get a decent reading, I just never find anything. Like, I dig down all the way to bedrock, and we get nothing. Native copper, large amounts. Oh my god. Fuck it. I want to get something out of this, and if I'm not going to get iron, we're just going to try to get native copper. I'll dig down a little bit more. But we're going to come up here to that tunnel if I find nothing else all the way down to bedrock. What's really crazy is all the readings that we've been getting for copper have been very poor. And yet, we've been finding copper reliably in many of these mine shafts and no iron. Quartz, very large amounts. Native copper again with huge amounts of quartz. No ore nearby. Let's ditch those bones. So that we can take the andesite, because we can at least use it for, like, pathing. Maybe start making roads. We're almost at bedrock. Yeah, I don't think we're finding iron here either. But I can't go home. Because it's too dark. Alright, let's just go up to that copper vein that we found then. Maybe the quartz veins as well. I saw quartz coming down here, so like right here, massive amounts of quartz down below. Yeah, I'll just grab a bunch of quartz and copper so that we're getting something done. Let's make more rand earth. Alright, I think that's enough quartz acquisition for now. We have 7 clear quartz, 46 quartz chunks. Maybe I'll just finish this stack. We're probably not going to have enough inventory space to get any copper, mind you, but this is good enough, honestly. I'm almost at a pie. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, you use quartz for glass. You can make a greenhouse out of it, too. Alright, we need to try to find our way home despite how dark it is outside. Oh, there's a partially eaten piece of pie right there, but I can't take it. Alright, yeah, I have one more slice of pie to get home with. Anyway, I can find my way home pretty easily, even though it's dark. I should have no problem with it. So home is behind me. At least the waypoint that will lead me home is that way. Let's go. Honestly, there's a respectable amount of moonlight at this stage. Yeah, this is my waypoint home right here, so we just gotta run that way and we'll get home. Sadly, we found no iron, so I think I'm just gonna begin to completely ignore that decent rating that we found here, because it doesn't look like it's leading us to pretty much anything, you know? I think I'll just abandon it. So what time is it now? 5 in the morning. It'll be daylight soon. Let's just head home. There's 3 different types of iron. There's limonite, hematite, and magnetite. So we'll try to find, I don't know, some other area besides this, because I feel like we're accomplishing nothing, repeatedly making tunnels to go down and not finding anything, right? Give me a second, my chat's kind of glitchy here. Yeah, it's time that we started thinking outside the box with our explorations for iron. Let's take the road home right here. And it might be time for me to make more carrot pies. Now, I find myself, honestly, wanting another oven. Rather than having 2 campfires, I feel like having another oven would be more useful. Another clay oven, right? I definitely need to get my hands on more dirt so I can continue to make pathing blocks. I think I can get rid of 4 stacks of stone with 1 stack of dirt. God, we did so much mining and came up with no iron. It's crazy. We went through like a pickaxe and a half seeking iron so far and nothing. Anyway, we need to get cooking. I managed to open up a little bit of my inventory space by using some of that shit. Let's deposit the... What is that? Quartz chunks. Clear quartz in here. Same with the fat. The granite I can use with the clay. All right, we now have a lot more cobblestone and a lot less granite. Get rid of those. And I think it's about time I drank that honey that we have upstairs. Let's ditch this bucket right here. Go grab that honey bucket. It'll tide us over until I can get more food made. We got plenty of flour. All right, we got 32 dough. Anyway, I can still fit 2 more servings into that crock pot, so we'll cook those 2 servings now. And going with what I learned before, hang on. I need 50% more fuel than I have servings, so 4 servings needs 6 peat. Grab the torch off the wall, get that lit. And I would really love to have more ovens. Honestly, I think I'm gonna get rid of the second campfire and just make another clay oven. Might even want to just put the campfire up here in the middle and put the clay ovens down there. We'll see. Let's go grab our fire clay. Oh, I actually have no more remaining. We used it all on the fire clay bricks. Fair enough. 1 oven for now. Even if it is a little bit more tedious. 1 oven for now. Deposit the cooking pot. Let's pick this up, put it right there, and start making our pies. Good old carrot pie. I don't think I'm gonna put fancy designs on the top of my pies anymore. I'm just gonna pick them up as they are. It gives me 1 less thing that I have to do, right? And let's start preheating the oven. The hell? That's weird. It won't stack with the other one. It's exactly identical, but it won't stack. I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. Anyway. Alright, we have 16 pies to bake. Let's get started. And it looks like my rule of having 50% more peat than you have servings of stew definitely works. At least it works for meat. Alright, place that down. Grab this. Fill it to the max. And I'm gonna start storing my wax down here for sealing crock pots, I think. We got another 4 servings of a meaty meal. Put that right here. Grab a new crock pot. Package this. All right. So in order for me to make fire clay, I need calcined flint, but that requires flint. We'll scavenge around our house for flint while we bake our pies, I guess. I just can't take too long. Otherwise, we might char and burn the pie, making it less nutritious. Let's head back now. Oh my. Look at that little pitfall down there. What do you think is down there? What types of ore might we find right beneath our base? I haven't even thought to consider. Oh wow, I did char that pie. Oh well. Once we get 24 flint, that's enough for a batch in a bloomery. Let's head back to base after we check this cluster of stones, check on the pie. So at present, I have 19. I need 5 more flint. Alright, we're good. We can now produce our next batch of calcined flint in a bloomery. Let's head back home and get that pie before it burns. It is the 5th of November. We're almost deep in the heart of winter now. Let's go set up the bloomery. I need 6 coal in order to do it, though. Try to be quick, make sure I don't burn a pie. Okay. 24 flint, 6 charcoal. We come back later and we'll have the calcined flint that we need. Let's get back to that pie before we burn the fucking thing. If we haven't already. In fact, I feel like I may as well try to get ahead on the second batch of calcined flint, if it's that necessary, you know? It'd be really nice to find like a mineable flint node, but I don't think I've seen any throughout the course of the playthrough. You can usually see them jutting out of the side of a mountain. It definitely looks like the viewership is balancing out, eh? Maybe YouTube, like, reversed that change. We're at a steady 180 now, but we're not reaching anything crazy like 1.4K today. Oh, hello there, Dank Toast. It goes pretty good. It goes pretty good. However, we spent a long time looking for iron, and we found none of it. We even found a place that offered decent magnetite. Couldn't get our hands on it. We made like 7 mine shafts all the way to bedrock and found nothing. Yeah, it's rough out here. All right, let's eat some of this charred pie. We're gonna have to heat up the oven again pretty soon. Let's keep seeking out more flint. How are you doing? Dank Toast? Alright, let's head back and collect that pie before we burn it. I have 17 flint out of the required 24 to fill another bloomery. Damn it, I charred another pie. Oh well. Right there. All right, let's head back now. I already burned another pie. I don't want to burn a third. $22. I need 2 more flint. I hope this pie even can finish. I don't even think it can finish because of the temperature in there. It needs to be a minute. Oh, thank God. It just finished before the very end. Let's heat this up again. Why do I have a torch? Right, I grabbed it from the beach. Oh, wow. Fucking talk about DoorDash. We'll go harvest those in a second once I put a pie in the oven. All right, sweetie. steady 190. Like it's kind of drifting between 180. This is livable, eh? That's fucked. Yeah. There will come a day when you don't have to. Alright, I'll see you soon, sweetie. I love you very much. We don't need to do animal husbandry. Animal husbandry, it just seems kind of pointless. I have more food than I know what to do with, and you can subsist primarily just on vegetables and farming the whole time. Yeah, I feel like meat would be really useful if you just didn't grow vegetables. Like maybe you could grow flax and then feed the animals flax grain and use their meat to make your meals. There would be utility in that. But I already have like a stack of animal fat, and I have a whole bunch of hides. I have a shitload of bones. I feel like everything except for the meat, I just don't seem to need. Let's make these last 2 servings. Hang on. Oh, I can make 3 servings of hefty red meat stew. Okay. I wonder if I can cook that with just 4 peat. Because that's not a 50% increase. We'll see. I'll find out. Patient has been safely delivered to the hospital. Right on. Playing Death Howl because you can't sleep. It's still pushing lives on autoplay. Weird. Yeah, we've been coasting around like 180 every day. Do you get some sort of buff from... Yeah, you get 2.5 HP for every one of these bars that you fill. So theoretically, technically, I could fill the dairy bar. Like if I had goats, I could breed goats to get red meat and milk. Apparently you can make cheese out of the milk, but I think you need to be in like the steel age for that. Highly doubt that's gonna finish. But I mean, I do want to find out. If you have an odd number. God damn, it actually will finish. Okay, so I was able to create 3 servings of hefty red meat stew with 4 pieces of fuel. And if it was 4, I would want 6 fuel. Put that down. Fill this up. Hell yeah. And I have a spare serving that I can eat right now. Let's seal this crock pot. And then put it on the shelf with the others. I have 6 crock pots of hefty red meat stew. And those will last for like 2 years. You know, so we always have some type of food. We'll eat that later. I could probably go toe-to-toe with a brown bear, like... It's more armor dependent. You can't really go toe-to-toe with a brown bear with health alone. You would need, like, really powerful armor. We're talking at least, like, iron chainmail armor, but, you know. Yeah, you'd want to at least be decked out in chainmail armor or plate. I can beat a brown bear now that I've slowed their movement speed, but their normal movement speed just... Yeah, they're not really conducive to fighting in vanilla until you're decked out in very powerful gear. They're not even conducive. Like, you can't even run away from a brown bear in vanilla if the terrain in front of you is bad enough. Like, they'll just run you down and kill you anyway. Yeah, brown bears are objectively overtuned in their current state in vanilla. It just sucks when you mention it on the forums, because there's a lot of glazers on the forum community where it's like, you can't criticize the game because they like it. You know what I mean? It's one of those communities. Like, it's not that bears, there's no possibility that bears are overtuned. I'm in fact the one with the problem. You know? Yeah, I tried to mention it and just got shat on by, like, everybody unanimously. You have a problem with bears? Well, fuck you. Play a different game, right? I think that the fuel in my clay oven might not be lasting as long because it's winter. I think so. Put one more piece of wood in there. Light it. Heat up the oven just a little bit. And then I can make this last pie. Stephen Colbert. Oh, that guy is a fuck. Oh my god. You could see how crazy and ideologically captured he was during the pandemic when he made the fucking vaccine song and started shaming people who didn't want to get it. What a fucking lunatic. Okay, equip that. I have to go find one more flint, but finding it in this level of darkness, we have a very slim chance of that. You never know, though. I've gotten lucky before. Let's check some of these peaks that we haven't looked at yet. Nice. I now have the 24 flint that I need to make a new batch of calcined flint. Let's go back home, grab that pie before we burn it, and then I'll go build another bloomery. I'll probably build a bunch of bloomeries beside each other over there. Yeah, me neither. I grew up watching Stephen Colbert. I thought he was the shit, right? Like, I remember The Daily Show with Jon Stewart. Big fan of that when I was a kid. And there was the Colbert Report, right? Like the little side segment. And then later, Colbert got his own show, and I was like, right on. It's just, He's a fuck now. Yeah. He unfuckified himself. Kind of like the Jimmy Kimmel effect, right? You can only be a mainstream media shill for so long before you completely lose the plot. It's kind of like how everybody in Hollywood becomes some Black Lives Matter super tranny activist. You know what I mean? Because they'll be fired if they don't. All right. There we go. I have enough stuff to make 4 bloomeries. And that calcined flint will probably be done tomorrow. Let's go home, sleep, and then come back here and build the other bloomery in its place. And then I might be able to make an additional one after that with the partial refund of the bricks from the bloomery. Yeah, let's get some rest. Yeah, it was fucking lunacy during the pandemic. It really was. People were getting fired for refusing a vaccine that was experimental and had no clinical trial data to support its efficacy nor safety. Absolute insanity. It made no sense. The reasonable thing, according to the scientific method, was to be skeptical about the safety of the vaccine because of its rushed development. Nobody was thinking reasonably at that time, though. All right, there we go. Nice. So I have 5 bloomeries prepared. We need to grind down this calcined flint, and then I can make more fire clay from more bricks. Exactly, yeah. Well, and that's why now we're seeing a counterculture, right? I'm sorry to hear that, Dank Toast. You're not the only one. My best friend Mitch had to get it to keep his job too. It is what it is, you know? When your only options are either getting it or joblessness, homelessness, and eventual starvation for your entire family, that's an easy choice, right? Well, it's a hard choice to accept, but it's an easy choice to make. I've always respected people who didn't want it but got it anyway so they could continue to provide for their families. But anybody who was pro-mandate and celebrated that people had to get it or be fired, those are fucking Hitler people, in my mind. I feel like those are the people who would have ratted out their neighbors during Nazi Germany, you know? Celebrating inhumanity and encouraging erosion of civil liberties. The Nuremberg Code was written after Nazi Germany to prevent forced medications being put into people that they did not consent the receiving of. The pandemic, the vaccine mandates, were a direct violation of the Nuremberg Code, which means that it's not just hyperbole. Everybody who was celebrating vaccine mandates was engaging in Nazism. Textbook. We literally made the Nuremberg Code, the 12 guiding principles of it, or 10, as a response to the Nazi era. And anybody who celebrated the vaccine mandates and celebrated people getting fired was engaging in textbook, actual, real-life Nazism. It's crazy to think about. You can't tell them that, though, otherwise their cognitive dissonance blows up and they call you a far-right extremist. Okay. Now, it is getting real fucking cold around here. We're gonna pick a new direction to go in. To try and seek out iron. I'm not going back to that previous place we were at. It's not working out. We need to go somewhere new. And I'm gonna start the next batch of calcined flint ahead of time. I mean, I may as well. We know we're gonna need that shit when I find the iron, so. Yeah, same here, Dank. Same here. Yeah, it's insane, right? I love how they would say the old thing like freedom of choice, blah, 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 freedom of consequences. God, they tried so hard to rationalize being Nazis. It's funny because, you know, a lot of people throw around the Nazi term in contexts where it doesn't belong, but forcing someone to get a medical procedure that they don't want, that is literally like 100% irrefutable, non-negotiable Nazi behavior. 100%. No, don't worry about it, Dank Toast. I like talking about this stuff. Like, we need the reminder once in a while that people are not smart. It's like the guy from Men in Black said, a person is smart, but people are dumb. You put enough people together and they'll engage in ideological tribalism and forsake every single moral value that was once previously agreed upon by the majority. It's the way that we are. Lock, stock, and barrel, we will forfeit our civil liberties in the name of safety. More important to acknowledge is we will betray the civil liberties of others to meet that end. In order to ensure our own safety, we will erode the civil liberties of others. And Western countries no longer have Western values. You have people in the UK getting arrested for free speech. Well, people in Canada as well. They're calling it hate speech, but it's free speech. If you're not calling for someone's murder, then it's free speech. There's no such thing as hate speech. We all know that, right? It's just, it's insane to see that in a way the Nazis won World War II. You have veterans now of World War II, fucking 100-year-old people saying that they fought for nothing and that what we've become is shameful. And yet, just nobody wants to admit it. Everybody who supports these draconian things about our modern era, they're just in complete denial of it, right? But Western countries no longer have Western values. And even though we may have defeated the militaristic might of the Nazis back in the 1940s, the Nazi ideology is ultimately what won over in North American countries. It sucks, but it is what it is. Like, we won the war, we won the battle, but lost the war. Nazism was victorious, ideologically. And now we have, well, we have genuine eugenics. We have black communities aborting more babies than they're even allowing to be born, right? We have pharmaceuticals which treat problem A while causing problem B. We have processed foods meant to induce chronic disease and mental illness so that we stimulate a need for pharmaceuticals as a business model. Yeah, Nazis flat out, they won. They won. It's scary to see. And the vaccine mandates were, in my opinion, the most recent, most prominent example of that harsh reality. So we got a reading for minuscule hematite. I honestly think I'm just gonna continue running this way, and then we'll run back after. I don't think I'm gonna find iron though. It's kind of annoying. It's, again, there's always some aspect of spawn RNG that fucks you over in the end. You'll never get away from all of it. There's always something that you're missing. But at least I didn't have to go across Hell's Half Acre just to find lime for my bags, thanks to the better prospecting mod. Okay. Killed 2 boars. It is all fucked, yeah. I wish I could have grew up in a time, probably like you do, Dank. I wish I could have grew up in a time where there was civic pride and nationality, right? Like, it's weird how Canada has a national anthem where it's like, true north, strong and free. Oh, unless there's a pandemic. And in that case, we're neither strong nor free, and we're gonna force everybody to take an experimental medication for an allegedly man-made virus. You know, it's just, it's so fucked. There is no more national pride. And we're no longer the countries, the collective of countries that had Western values and beat back the Nazis. We've simply become what we once defeated. Hang on. I have a little signifier for where home is, but we found peridotite, which means I might be able to get olivine. I'm pretty sure you need olivine for making steel. I don't exactly want to just drop in there. Strip mining, I don't think you'll find, like, if you dig in a straight line, you're not likely to find what you're looking for, because different ores generate in different chunks. Yeah, you can't really strip mine in this game. It doesn't work out the same way. All right, let's get out the prospector's pick and try to locate a little bit of olivine while we're here. The war nearby. Yeah, I don't think I'm finding any olivine here, but finding a biome with this rock type is important so that you can locate olivine for making steel later. So, I'm thinking we go back home and we mark where we found this olivine on our little signpost there. One thing I should do, though, while I'm here, which I didn't do, I should get readings. Let's go over here to get some readings real quick. Density search. Nothing. Yeah, it's chunk-based rather than depth-based. And you could think of it like the density of an ore is in like an 8 by 8 chunk grid. So like, let's say a chunk is 32 by 32. Let's say you have 8 chunks in a square, right? With a 9th in the middle, of course. So like a 3 by 3 grid of 9 chunks, right? On the far edge of that chunk, you might get low readings for a mineral. But then if you get to the center of all those chunks, the readings will get higher. Basically, the way it works is like there will be several chunks of iron, and it gets more dense in the middle chunks. There like several chunks where iron has generated, but in the center of all of those chunks will be the highest concentrations. So if you go to a chunk, a 32 by 32 block space, and you get a reading for decent copper, then most likely in one of the several compass directions, you can end up finding, like if you go northwest, you might get very poor copper, but if you go southeast, the opposite direction, you might end up finding high copper. So it's like you can sort of track down the dense concentrations of stuff in a lot of cases. I'm gonna get 2 more stacks of clay. There's a bear over there. I'm not too worried about it, though. All right, let's get away from it before it gets a free hit. Okay, so basically we found olivine directly south of base, I want to say. I think it's south. We'll certainly know when we get there to the signpost. Yeah, so south, I need copper. Or, sorry, charcoal. Maybe let's just make a new sign here. 2 planks and a stick. And then I can have more detail on that sign. Peridotite to the south. The calcined flint is grinding. Not done yet. We've had low winds lately. Let's deposit the meat and the hides. I'm starting to lose hope that we'll ever find iron. I mean, fuck, you know? Maybe I should work on making outposts away from home at this stage. It might be the right call. We just start like we travel thousands of blocks in one direction, and then we build a little outpost there, right? How do you get a map? You have one by default, normally. Part of this difficulty, though, wilderness survival, is that the map is disabled. You even have a mini-map, normally. Yeah, I can't get a map. Not unless I mod the game to get one. Like, maybe with a potential cartography mod or something. Hey, I found flint. Decent cinnabar, shitty everything else. Wow, really? Why the hell would you mine that if it only gives you like one flint? Oh, that's funny. Okay. May as well pick it up off the ground. It seems like every direction I go, there's nothing. It's weird because we keep getting like either minuscule, poor, or very poor everything. Everything, right? And like, I can't find a single good reading other than the decent magnetite that we found before. But even when I find decent magnetite, we just keep hitting bedrock and finding fuck all, right? And I tried to fan out in every single direction where we found the magnetite, and it didn't matter. My readings never got better. Whether I went northwest, southeast, northeast, southwest, north, south, east, west, my readings from the decent point just got worse. So like, I'm at my wit's end for finding iron. Maybe I should just make bronze plate armor or something. I don't know. No, I think you need iron because it's tier 3, right? I don't fucking know. See, like, there's halite here, which is iron, but it's minuscule. Always. Would I ever consider doing multiplayer? I would, yeah. It's been asked a lot. It's just I've been playing single player so long that I never really pivot or switch from it. Ultra high cassiterite, eh? Well, as far as I can tell, that's the best reading for cassiterite that we've gotten. So we now have an ultra-high copper location and an ultra-high cassiterite location, both of which are to the south of base, kind of. I'm gonna want to get some signs so I can mark this shit. Like just regular signposts, you know? Let's head home. At this stage, I see my base. So ultra high cassiterite is like a stone's throw from where my house is. All right. Let's grab our powdered calcine flint. Oh, it looks like that slowed down a little bit, though. The autoplay pushing lives. Like, we haven't hit 1.4K today, so I'd imagine that whatever was going on, they might have changed or patched it. Honestly, I don't get anywhere near my numbers. Honestly, this time, like, this time of the month 5 months ago, I was lucky to pull in 40 people. Like, I think switching time zones helped a lot with my numbers. All right, we need to go to sleep. And I need to make signposts. And I need to start writing things down in front of mining locations. I might also want to try and start making, like, roads to valuable destinations. Oh, we got a heavy temporal happening here. Anyway, hematite is a type of iron. I think we might try to track down a denser concentration of that hematite. Yeah, let's make the signposts that we know we're gonna need. Honestly, I'll make 5. And then if I just bring charcoal, then we can write stuff on it. I want to make a recurve bow. So for that, I'm gonna need a dry recurve bow staff. A raw recurve bow staff requires a raw long bow staff with a saw. So 2 logs and a saw, basically. So there's the raw long bow staff. Now I need to make a raw recurve bow staff, which I just use the saw on that. And then after 168 hours of open storage, it'll become a dried recurve bow staff, which can be used for making that better bow. Okay. looks like I can't do ground storage with it or anything. I'll just put it in here. Wait, drying rate in this container 1 times 25. Hang on. Can't put recurve bow staff on ground. Vintage story. Put it in a bag and then place the bag on the ground. I think hard pass. We'll just keep that in our inventory while it dries. Apparently it takes 168 hours, so it's gonna take a little bit, but... Oh, wow. I'm gonna close that door and kind of trap them there. They just keep throwing fucking rocks at me. I think they're dead. Double-headed drifter. I have a chance of getting special items called Jonas parts from those, I think. God damn, more than enough temporal gears, but they don't stack, so... You can put it on a tool rack to dry it, really? Fair enough, but how fast will it dry on the tool rack, though? That's my question. Lot of crawlers, holy shit. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Panic room. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Holy shit. I can't even get into my panic room right now. Those crawlers, man, they're dangerous. They're dangerous. I almost died. Anyway, the real problem is I have my crucible sitting on the floor, so I was unable to bypass that tile. That was messed up. I got down to like a shred of health. That one guy, that one drifter, like decimating levels of damage. That was close. All right, let's eat up and heal up. I'll take off my armor. I don't think anything is gonna be spawning in my panic room. Gonna be something nasty in that panic room. All right, so 7 in-game days on the weapon rack. Thank you very much. Holy shit! It's a good thing we had the Gambus and armor. I feel like anything other than that, and we probably would have been killed by the crawler. The crawlers aren't even still in here anymore. I'm gonna let them in like one at a time, I think. What, there's no crawler right there? Here's a crawler. Close the door. Jesus. I need more bandages now. I'm gonna have to make a new storage chest, just to hold some other shit. You know what? Let's grab these bronze nails I made a while back and let's make some extra storage chests. Looks like that's it. All right, temporal gears go in there. Alright, so I now have signposts that we need. My bowl isn't done yet. I need more of my pie. There we go. And I need to take these signposts and go mark a couple of things. They can't break your door down, no. You buy Blackguard plate armor and repair it. It's as good as iron plate for much cheaper with milder downsides. Interesting. The Blackguard is my favorite class. I stopped using it because brown bears were so overpowered. But now that I nerfed brown bears and made their speed equal, hang on. Now that I've made the speed of brown bears equal to the speed of black bears, I could just start playing as the Blackguard again. I like this Orphan class because it has the movement speed boost and plus 5 HP, but it's missing that juicy 30% melee damage that the Blackguard has. Now, where is this shit? It was a stone's throw from... I remember, yeah, we're too far already. The place where I found that ultra-high cassiterite reading, it must have been, like, right over here. We really were not that far from base. That might even be it right there. Yeah, this is the ultra-high cassiterite. I'm gonna mark it. Okay. And home is that way. Now, I need to find out where that ultra-high copper was. Let's mark this ultra-high cassiterite vein. On our little signpost over there. So it's southwest. And apparently the copper vein that I found is the UH copper is to the south. So let's head south and see if we can spot it. Well, Dank, it's available for purchase. There's a link in my description if you want to buy it. And welcome back, Chris. Welcome back, buddy. Any class? Well, the armor was never the allure of a Blackguard for me. More so that 30% more melee damage. The custom class I'm using right now has minus 15% melee damage, so it's a 45% difference. It's pretty steep. Now, where the hell is that copper? I found ultra-high copper somewhere. I have no idea where. I know it was to the south, but that's basically it. I have no idea. Let's go up here. Well, if I don't see my little pickaxe-shaped mining signpost, then we know it's not here. I may have headed too far south. I'm surprised we don't have any snowfall yet. I might have moved to a place that's too far south to get snow. At least for a while. You know, I totally would have expected to have snow by now. You could probably get a bootleg, like, you could probably pirate the game. If you were careful about viruses, but, you know. I'm pretty sure that right there is the cassiterite. Alright, let's just look around. I have no idea where our ultra-high copper marker is, or if I even built a marker. Okay. I must have. I wouldn't have found an ultra-high copper area without marking it, so it's... Oh, wow. It's gotta be around here somewhere. Unless it truly is just all the way to the direct south, like through this mountain pass here, which is possible. I've pretty much given up on finding iron, though. I don't think I'm going to be finding iron without going somewhere so far away from home that I'm not even going to think to go that far. Nothing. Yeah, let's go up here through the mountain pass. This area is pretty much directly south of our base. I have no idea where that ultra-high copper reading is. No idea. It doesn't really matter. I mean, we have good copper mines, you know? Anyway, you know what? I'm gonna stop wasting my time. We're gonna go back to where I got those readings for... the hematite, and we're gonna try to track down more hematite. Welcome back, Samantha. Maybe I should think about beginning to make my signposts even taller. Like, instead of 5 or 6 blocks high, maybe I could make my signposts 10 blocks high. Whatever results in an acceptable loss of HP when falling. Alright, well, let's begin to get some readings. So over here, when we got this reading, we got 0.41 hematite. We're gonna see what our hematite reading is over here. Minuscule hematite. Okay, so we got further away going this way. We're gonna run back there. Our best reading so far, just so I have it in my mind, is 0.4. Now we're gonna go over here and get another reading. Minuscule hematite. So it got lower. Now we're gonna go this way. If there's no mine entrance, I'll have to pretty much just dig down. Very poor hematite, 0.43. Well, that's better than the 0.41 that we had. Not by much. Very poor hematite, worse than the previous reading. That's where I got the reading. Let's go over this way, diagonally, and see if it improves. Poor hematite, which is better. Okay, so it looks like going diagonally this way is yielding the best results. So we're gonna keep trying to go diagonally that way and see what our hematite reading becomes. It's 1.6 now, it was like 0.4 earlier. One thing I don't do enough of is diagonal travel when I'm looking for ores and stuff, so maybe that's the secret. Travel diagonally instead of constantly in straight lines. Let's see what that 1.6 becomes when I do another check down here. Really? All right. I don't know what the hell was wrong with this place. It's constant cave-ins. Could barely get a reading. All right. Decent hematite. So I think my diagonal trick is totally working. Yeah. So we might actually end up finding iron, after all. Now that I seem to be going in the right direction, looking in the right place. Well, gamer fam, let's try to find some iron. This is our mission, should we choose to accept it. I have to keep on heading this way. Our previous reading for hematite was 2.52. Now we're gonna stop here and we're gonna look here. Again, it happens. Fuck. Just keeps happening. God. Let's eat. Heal. It must have to do with the fact that I'm getting readings on, like, random hills, you know? because the terrain over there was lower than the terrain I dug on, so we ended up striking dirt. I would have to go, like, further down, probably, in order to stop that. Alright, maybe now I can finally get a fucking reading. See, now we're back to very poor hematite. So I gotta go back the way I came. Poor hematite again. I don't know where we got that decent reading. It was 2.52, probably just a little bit further on. Okay, I thought I'd try out that little trick, but... Alright. Let's continue on this way. This is where the larger reading was. That reading would have been around here, right? Where that cave-in was. High hematite. Okay, I finally found a high hematite reading. Right here. So, let's tower up. I'm gonna mark this. It's very near to that trader over there. Yeah, we started getting better results once I locked in, and I started allowing myself to go in diagonal directions rather than only going in, like, cardinal directions, right? Don't just go up, down, left, or right. You gotta do your diagonals in order to track down these ores, I find. Right, yeah, we'll put the sign down and we'll mark it. We're doing pretty good, Raymer. Doing all right. Yeah, we're trying to track down some iron and it looks like we might have finally found some pay dirt. We'll see. How are you doing? The problem I find with iron is that I had a decent reading of magnetite a while ago, and every single time I tried to dig down where there was a decent reading of magnetite, I would just end up hitting bedrock and finding nothing. So I'm worried that the same thing might happen here with the hematite. Damn straight, Raymer. Damn straight, buddy. Peridotite rock. Hematite, trace amounts. Okay, we might finally be locating a form of iron. I'm pretty sure that hematite is iron. We're gonna know whether or not we're closer or further after I get a reading right here. Hematite trace amounts. Okay, so most likely, we're gonna find that hematite by going in another direction up here. No hematite over there, so let's go over here to the left. Hematite trace amounts again. Hematite small amounts. So it's over there. Now let's go that way from here and see what the reading says. Hematite trace amounts. Okay, so we need to go over that way and tunnel there till we find it. That's quartz, I'm pretty sure. Hematite medium amounts. Still says medium amounts down there. Hematite very large amounts. Okay, so we're starting to get pretty close to where the actual vein is now. if I had to find hematite or magnetite again, I would do better at it. The thing is, the amount that it gives you, if you find like decent copper, that's gonna be more than if you find decent hematite. Like the percentage matters. So I understand now that having a decent chance to find iron is not the same thing as having a decent chance to find... Oh, there it is, pay dirt. Having a decent chance to find copper is not the same thing as having a decent chance to find iron. Bountiful iron ore. There it is. We finally got iron, guys. We finally found it. So let's gather some up. Wow, Peridotite's weak as fuck. That cave-in took like nothing. Let's eat. OP stage upcoming, eh? Hell yeah, it took us a long time to find iron. I didn't realize how much harder it was to find iron, Saturn. Like if you have a decent reading of copper, it's not the same as having a decent reading of iron, right? I think the percentage is what makes the difference there. A decent reading of copper could be like fucking 20%, right? But a decent reading of iron is like 2%. So I didn't realize how much harder it would be to find, but I could probably find it better if I had to now. Alright, we have 37 bountiful chunks of iron so far, but my pickaxe is not looking too good. As long as I don't cause a cave-in, we're good. All right. Let's get out of here. All right, our pickaxe broke, but we have 48 bountiful chunks of hematite. And I have to put a signpost down so I can mark this mine location. Oh, I doubt I'll make it all the way through, Dank Toast. Yeah, the story is... I'm probably gonna die over the course of trying to complete the story parts. Or getting lost or something. Or biting off more than I can chew. Alright, let's put down a little signpost right here. I am not gonna get a moment to myself, though. Like, at all. Hang on. High hematite. Alright, let's go. Home is this way. And that high hematite is directly south of base. Eh. More like southeast or something. Kinda by the trader. I'm thinking I might actually want to make a bunch of fat bowls so that I can mark my mine entrances. I probably should have been doing that the whole time. Because when I think about it, you can see light from pretty far off. Right? So it would be a very good idea if I made a bunch of fat bowls and hung them at the top of my little T-shaped signs. Alright. So that would be... Marble mine is east, that would be southeast. So... iron mine. There we go. We have a lot of pathing blocks available to us now. The storage situation's looking a little bit untenable, though. But thankfully, I did make more chests, so we can start to, like, put the most important things into those chests. Yeah, we'll put all these stones in there, all these loose stones. Just have our little stone collection in there. And then walking blocks and granite blocks go in here. Same with granite stones for making more. Let's make some of those lamps. I'll make 4 of them. Hematite nuggets. All right. We already have our fire clay thingy-majiggies. Okay. .409 in the AM. May as well not even sleep at this point. I did put the bow staff into a rack, yeah. Well, steel armor's still pretty far away. Steel armor makes you like an unkillable god, essentially. Like steel plate? From what I hear, anyway. What the hell? Oh, 120. Okay, I don't know what the maximum is, but 6 is the maximum. Okay, so I'll get 6 iron bloom from that then, right? Anyway, that's it. That's all the iron that I can do right now. We have one unused bloomery. Let's light these. You just get really slow and hungry in full steel plate, right? How long does the bloomery take to do its action? After 10 hours, the smelting process is completed. So I could sleep shortly, and a lot of it would get done. Let's eat. I'm gonna need a new pickaxe, so let's get smelting. We'll make all three. And then I'll make a new Falk's blade. I already have a shovel head and an axe head made. So I guess we'll just make an ingot for the last one. Okay. Let's preheat that. Put the ore in there, the nuggets. Right, as soon as that burns out, that peat brick burns up, we're gonna put the coal in here and then get some sleep, and then maybe the bloomery actions will be done. Only put it on for combat or big dungeons? Yeah. Run around in your tailored gambeson until you enter a cave and then put on your plate, right? It looks like all this stuff is now done, so let's grab it. We'll have 18 iron bloom, it looks like. And then I have to work it at the anvil. I don't know if I have to do it while it's still hot, but let's assume that I do. I have to just make sure that I pour the molten stuff downstairs. I don't really know how this works. Okay, well, I guess we clear away all the black bits, and then we have to move all the other bits into the appropriate place. All right, and with that, I have successfully made my first iron ingot. I don't need to cool it. I could probably immediately start forging with it, but I'm gonna cool it. I'm gonna treat it like I would any other ingot. Let's go down here. That's not done yet. Let's do another bloom. It looks like the result might be different every time. Like it kind of has a random distribution of places that need filling. That's what it looks like. I'm not 100%, but it looks like that. Okay, pickaxe head, hammer, head, shark, prospecting pick, Falk's blade, and another ingot. Now let's continue working on the steel blooms. The Orlando steels. Did it cool too much? Too cold to work. Oh, I see. So this means basically that I would have to... Oh, I see. Is there any way to heat up like all of the iron blooms all at once, or is this just like a really coal-intensive task? You can probably heat up a lot of them up to a workable temperature with just like, you know, one piece of coal, right? Like take it and then put that there. Keep on hammering away. That way you get the most out of one coal. Okay. It averages it out. I get you. I get you. So that's okay. Fair enough. So I had the right idea, but I performed it in the wrong execution. I have to just heat these up. Let's go to like 800. Take it, put another. Okay. Take it, heat another. Take it, heat. You gotta really multitask with it, but I think that's like the fun part of it. You got a lot going on at once, and you gotta try to get the most out of everything. I have meteoric iron nearby. When I have an iron pickaxe, I'll be able to get that meteoric iron. Which doesn't increase the tier of my tool, but it does give me like a stronger version. It's kind of like the black bronze equivalent of iron. That can't be worked. So I guess we'll just stack it with the other ones. We kind of can't. All right. Let's make an iron pickaxe head. Iron short sword head. Interesting. Alright, let's make an iron short sword. I've never tried it, so journey of discovery and whatnot. Can you still use molds with iron? I mean, I suppose if you use a chisel, you might be able to break the iron ingot into nuggets and then melt down the nuggets in a fire, but I'd imagine it might have like a higher melting temperature type thing. And you'd need specialized types of coal to do it. All right, iron pickaxe and blackguard short sword. I need charcoal. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think I need flint anything at this stage. So let's see here. Let's say I have a chisel and I have the... Still hot. Okay. Hello, Kaler. Welcome back, buddy. When you start doing a lot of blooms, you start feeling the need for the Helve Hammer. So I'm assuming the Helve Hammer would chip away a lot of the rock, right? Okay, so we can get iron bits here, but its smelting temperature is 1482. Which means that I would need a very substantial type of coal. None of these get me up to 1400. Black coal, no. Brown coal, no. I wonder how you're supposed to reach that temperature. Coke is to coal what charcoal is to wood. Burn temperature of 1340 degrees. But that still can't do the iron. So I guess the iron just has to be reshaped. There might be a way to reach the temperature, but I don't currently know what it is, so. At least we got iron. We can say it's done. I have more powdered calcined flint, which we can process, but I will need 6 more charcoal. In fact, we're gonna want to make more charcoal at this stage. Yeah. We've gotten pretty low on charcoal, using a lot of it for the upcoming things. I gotta throw all these unwanted tools and shit into the water or something. Locking yourself in would be pretty cool. Using WASD, I would actually like that. Yeah. Okay. Drop the spear, hoe, spear, spear, spear. But honestly, more than that, I just hope the devs fix that stupid glitch soon. Where your camera like snaps up to the side whenever you exit a user interface element. Oh, right, I don't use this. Okay, yeah, never mind. Now, could I like heat up a whole bunch of iron bloom at once? No. Okay. Now, can I even get this up to a workable temperature with that regular coal? I was able to get the bloom heated up enough, so it'd be weird if I couldn't also get this heated up enough. That's so stupid. Fuck. Okay. Put that in. I don't think I actually needed the second piece of coal. It looks workable now. Let's grab the hammer. Eat. And try to just make as much of the useful shit as we can. I'll make an iron hammer. And another iron pickaxe. All right, make a hammerhead. All right, there's a hammerhead. An iron boss. Anvil top. That requires 5 iron ingots. And we need borax, which we haven't found. Pounder cap. Oh, yeah. Ugh. We could use a new scythe at this stage. Sure. And I think I'm gonna make a set of iron shears as well. I have to be very careful with the iron shears, though. It's easy to fuck that up. Gotta make sure I do a good job. Otherwise, we waste an ingot. Alright. All right, there we go. Now trim the fat, and we'll have our iron shears, iron scythe, an iron hammer, a second iron pickaxe. Armor? Soon. Soon. But that apparently takes an awful lot of resources, so we're gonna hold out on the armor. I'm getting to the stage of the game now where everything is just pure grind, so... Alright, pickaxe. Iron hammer. I'm just gonna store my iron tools, like, right here. With the exception of the pickaxe, I'll hang on to that. This tin bronze pickaxe, we can put right here. Alright. We don't currently need this short sword yet. I don't doubt it's strong. It has a poke instead of a swing. I'll put the sword in here. Eat. And let's put this back on the thingamaffucker over here. Now, I'm gonna need to make sure I have enough charcoal for my signposts, and we could go get more iron, but right now I feel like we have a lot of workable iron. What I need most at this stage is to just cut down a bunch of trees, get a shitload of wood. We have a lot of oak. I could theoretically use the oak. Every stack of wood is 1 slot, so I would need 6 stacks of wood. Alright, let's take the tin bronze axe head. Make an axe out of it. We're gonna need it. There we go. Ah, I used the wrong axe. I could have broken the first one, but no. Alright, well, when we gather more wood, let's go set this up. I don't think you can make any better than wooden tongs, no. Which doesn't make sense, because you'd think the tongs would, like, catch fire, right? And that you'd need good tongs in order to hold things that were, like, molten. At the very least, the heat would cause the rope to burn up. Like, there's definitely a realism disconnect there. Alright. We've been planting all of our tree seeds in the area, so we have our own little mini forest. We don't really have to worry about where our wood comes from when we need more. One thing I don't like though, man, this climate is so warm that we're barely getting any snow. I mean, it's -7, and it's not snowing. I feel like in attempt 16, we had snow by this time, didn't we? I don't know. Maybe I'm just misremembering. All right, charcoal pit is lit. We just need to make armor out of the wooden tongs, yeah? You can put the sword on display on an armor stand. True, but then I'd have to take all the armor off. You know what, let's put my old Falk's blade on there. It is a good enough, yeah, it's a good point. I can at least put the old one on there for the aesthetics of it, but now in order to get that sword off the armor stand, I need to remove all the armor first. That's why I don't typically fuck with armor stands. They're kind of designed very poorly at this stage in the game's development. All right, grab all these, deposit them. At this point, I could go get a massive amount of iron. However, I can see the value in, like, you might want to actually space out your blooms, right? Your bloomeries, because let's say I light one bloomery, and then 2 hours later I light another, and then 2 hours later I light another one. That's going to cause a staggering effect, which gives you enough time to process the previous batch of blooms before the next batch comes about, right? Anyway, I'm pretty sure I don't even have enough mechanical power for the bloomery, or sorry, for the Helve hammer. Like, I could try to make one, but I don't think, you know, I grind the quern very slowly. I don't know how much more power would be needed for the Helve hammer. But I would like to try and process more of that iron. Wait. No, you can't aim at the point of the armor stand to take what you want. Look. See, if I aim at the sword, I take the helmet, right? Yeah, it doesn't work. It just always takes the helmet no matter what I'm looking at. Yeah, like I said, right? Designed very poorly. The fuck? I guess it, oh, so 700 degrees is what you want. So let's go up to like 800, I guess. So how much coal you put into the furnace seems to affect the length of time that it remains hot for. Which, it's, you know, useless in the early game, but more useful now as we get into the Iron Age more. But I feel like this is just a fucking coal pit. Like, this is where good coal goes to die, basically. You know what I mean? God, I heated up one with that single piece of coal. So I think that, yeah, there's a lot of mastery I'm gonna have to go through to get better at dealing with iron. I think, honestly, the best way to go about it, have your bloomeries close to base and stagger them. Make it so you don't have to do all of them at once. Anyway, I don't think I can finish this one in time because I think 700 is the temperature where you can no longer, like, move the voxels around, so... Yeah, too cold to work. Yeah, I shouldn't have got this big collection of iron blooms like this. Good morning, Evo. Good morning, buddy. Yeah, we can't keep working this. I mean, not unless we're willing to use a lot of coal, it looks like. But let's grab, like, 3 of this black coal and just throw it all in there and see what we can get done. Okay. Yeah, it takes so long just to heat up 1 iron bloom. But when it comes out of the bloomery, it's nice and hot, so you could work a whole bunch of them in a row. My mistake was making multiple bloomeries and lighting them all at the same time. I should have staggered it. I totally should have staggered it. Would have been way better. Anyway, 800 degrees should be a good workable temperature, allowing me to do the whole thing. All right. I don't have time to eat. I have to keep forging. All right. Let's put another piece of coal in there. Keep it going. The hell? Looks like I don't even have enough voxels to finish this one. Why is that? It flat out did not give me enough voxels to finish this. That's kind of chun. Wow. And the shitty part is, I don't think I can grab one of these voxels and add it to the other one. You know what I mean? You need the Helve Hammer to finish. That's weird, though. How is the Helve Hammer gonna, like, produce more voxels? I think that's retarded. That's probably not intended. That's just, like, a hole accidentally left in the game by the dev that he doesn't want to fix. Or at least, like, doesn't prioritize fixing right now. Because it doesn't make sense that the Helve Hammer would just create more molten iron out of thin air. hang on. I'm gonna try something here. I have to add more coal and get it lit. Collect that, put this one on there, heat it up. I'm gonna try to leave that voxel there and add this one to it and see if I could, like, I don't fucking know, relocate that voxel or something. No, it doesn't let you add it. Yeah, I don't like that. That's stupid. There's probably a mod or whatever that fixes it, but yeah, that's dumb. That's super dumb. Like, the voxel's right there. You just can't move it. There's, like, no way you can move it over there. I should be able to move that voxel over to the side. It just doesn't make sense. So, given the fact that that's, like, a blatant game problem, not a me problem, I'm just gonna throw this away and generate myself an iron ingot. 'Cause not my problem. GMS. Alright. We're almost out of iron bloom. Hang on, let's heat up this one first, get it up to a workable temperature. Put that down. And put that there. Alright. That's another ingot. Put another coal in there, make sure it doesn't go out. Buh. You have to be really careful when you're destroying the stone chunks, otherwise you might actually destroy voxels on the iron bar itself. I wasn't able to add another iron bar to it. I tried, Michael. I tried. I tried to add, like, another iron to it. Saturn said it can happen? I haven't seen a message from Saturn. Hang on. I haven't seen a message from Saturn in a long time. Oh, well, okay, the Helvhammer part. Yeah, the last message I saw from Saturn was needing the Helvhammer. Alright, this is our last iron bloom. Add a piece of coal, heat that up. Okay. See, this one, it's possible to finish. Like, it leaves you with enough workable voxels to get it done. I don't think that any of them should generate in such a way where you can't finish it. You know what I mean? Let's eat. All right. Well, we had one ingot that I was unable to form, and I had to generate one instead. But we're good now. So it would actually take 2 of these forges in order to heat up enough iron to make, like, the anvil base and the anvil top. Fair enough. But we have 12 iron ingots now. Let's deposit the torch in the sconce. I need charcoal for writing on our signs whenever we find something. And, I'm gonna make some meat stew to get my meat score up with the meat that we currently have. I can make a 4x4 serving. Although really, that's another full crock pot for me to store on the shelf if I seal it, so I'll be tempted to do that instead. And I want to try something here. When I made 3 servings, 4 was enough. So when making 4 servings, I want to see if 5 is enough. My understanding was I needed 50% more peat than I had servings. So if I had like 6 servings, I needed 9 peat. Or if I had 4 servings, I needed 6 peat, right? So we're gonna try 5 this time and see what happens. I have 1 more crock pot to fill up, and then all of our available crocks will be full of meat stew meals, and they'll all be, like, sealed. Do torches have fuel time? Yes. Yes, they do have a fuel time where a torch, if you leave it on the wall like that, will eventually burn to a crisp, and then you won't be able to get it back. You can reset the timer by collecting it and then putting it back on the wall. It lasts 48 hours, But if you have these wall sconces, like this one right here, that prevents the torch from burning out. So, you know, you make the torch holder and then you're good. However, in vanilla vintage story, you can only make torch holders out of brass. It's stupid, it doesn't make sense, there's no logic to it. But there's a mod that lets you make torch holders out of other types of metal too. And I have that mod installed. So this is a bronze torch holder. I didn't need to find brass just to make one. I think I'm just gonna put another piece of peat in there, make sure it really finishes. Yeah. And then I need one of these to seal the crock pot once we fill it. Honestly though, my protein score is pretty low. So I might not actually seal that, I might just eat it. And I think I want to head out there and I want to mark my mines. I'm gonna have to go to sleep first, but let's make sure we grab this hefty red meat stew in a bowl so I can eat it. Do you guys know how much mechanical power is needed for the Helvhammer to work? Like, if I have my quern spinning, is that enough mechanical power? Or do I, like, need large gears and funky shit like that? Okay, Michael, so you're saying I could have knocked something out of place in order to move that voxel, but then how could I move the one that I knocked out of place after that? I don't think that ingot was salvageable. It wasn't, because I could have knocked something down so that I could move it up, but then how would I move up the one I moved down? Like, it wasn't salvageable, buddy. Oh wow, one serving of that just gave me like, Jesus, you barely need any meat stew in order to maintain your nutrition levels. That's nuts. So really, you can just eat meat provisionally whenever you need to get your nutrition level up. Let's head out. I'm surprised I haven't gotten any snow yet. I mean, shit, it's December. Okay, so I need a large gear in order for it to actually be fast enough to do a whole bunch of heated ones. There's layers of snow forming on the ground finally. It's happening. Yeah, there's snow over here. Good. I've been wondering where the hell that is, you know? Anyway, let's put that up there. That light source might help us to find our way to the mine. Now, I have no idea where the copper mine is that I found. Like, I found an ultra-high copper mine somewhere, but I have no idea where. I can't seem to locate it. But I do have ultra-high cassiterite over here. We'll go put one of these lanterns on that as well. Although at this stage, I feel like we're in the Iron Age, and I could just bypass entirely the need for bronze products, right? Okay, let me try to map out what you're saying. Okay, you might be right. You might be right. So basically what you're saying is the top, I have to knock the top forward so that I can knock the bottom to the top, and then like I create a path. I do think that you might be right. One thing I didn't consider is the possibility of moving an existing voxel on, so like let's say there's 3 layers. There's the bottom, the top, and then a new layer. So like at the very top, I could knock something from the second layer up to the third, move it back, and then knock the thing on the first layer up to the second layer. And then the one I moved to the very top, I could have moved into that empty slot. Okay, you're right. You're right. I had to really think about it in order to try to figure out how it would have worked. But you're right that that ingot was salvageable. Yeah. 100% you are, like 100% irrefutably right. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that to me, because I feel like I need to know that for the future. It might even help with other things, like if I fuck up on making shears with bronze or whatever, like that could help me out. Okay, I see. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah, because you can move the voxels that are actually a part of the ingot. So if you have something in the proper place, you can move it out of the proper place, creating a little divot, which you can then use to move the stuff in the bottom up higher. Now, I have no idea where it is, but I know that I found very rich copper somewhere. I have 2 things marked right here. What is this? So this right here, that's just a surface copper node. I don't think I'm ever gonna harvest that. Not really. Because our pre-existing copper mine had huge amounts of copper in it. I could just take the fucking nuggets, though. Like, why leave the nuggets behind? Yeah. And then let's check whatever the hell this waypoint is over where? I saw another waypoint. Right there. A third person? Well, Samantha, go to controls and then scroll down until you get to user interface in controls. There's a button for third person. So first, third person, or overhead camera. If I press the middle mouse button, then it changes between first person and third person. And if I press equals or dash, then it zooms out and zooms in. So I can like press middle mouse and then zoom in, zoom out, right? Press middle mouse again to go back to first person. That's how you do it. Yeah, what's over here? Oh, that's the meteoric iron. Okay, fair enough. So I need to mark where this is. And then let's add a light source up at the top. I want to see how easy it is to spot those. I no longer need this. This was meant to signify where the bees were. I'd love to know where the fuck that ultra copper vein was that I found before. I just can't locate the damn thing. It is a sliding block puzzle, yeah. Yeah, hopefully that voxel problem happens again so that I can have a chance to test it out. Alright, so... northwest. Meteoric iron. There we go. Now, I need to try to find that ultra-high copper. Was I mistaken? Could the ultra-high copper be somewhere in here? Like the opposite compass direction or something? I don't know. But I feel like I've scoured the area behind me a bunch. Let's just go this way for now. Because this was where I found my previous copper mine. If I was going to find ultra-high copper, I would think that it would be in an area over here, rather than being where I think it is. We'll see. This is the site of my previous copper mine. That's my waypoint marker back home. This is where my huge copper vein is. Yeah, I don't think it was ever over here. Regardless, though, I have one more oil lamp, and if I could find that ultra-high copper vein that I seem to believe exists, then I could put it up at the top. I've already marked the meteoric iron, the cassiterite, possibly the iron, like the regular iron, the hematite. Oh yeah, I know. There needs to be air behind the voxel that you're trying to move. And there has to be another voxel for it to go on top of. What the fuck is this? That must be from like a tree that I had cut down before. Oh yeah, God, you have one bowl of meat stew and you get like 4 ticks of nutrition, if it's hefty. That's fascinating. Okay, so you really don't need that much meat in order to maintain your meat nutrition level. I wonder if different things have different densities of nutrition. Like maybe 300 satiety of honey is not the same as 300 satiety of berries regarding your nutrition level. Yeah, that's the hematite up there. I marked that already with a light source. I don't know why I marked south as where that copper is. It's driving me crazy. I mean, I wouldn't even see a marker, I suppose, if there was one, because the whole world is kind of whiting now, which would make it harder and harder to see a copper, like one of my T-shaped mining things. But I am happy to see snow forming on the ground, finally. Let's just head this way. And if I'm really desperate, I could just try to get some readings in the area and see what's what. Yeah, minuscule amounts of everything here. So I'd imagine if there is gonna be, like, rich native copper, it would have to be far south from my base. Like, no short amount. Finally. Snowy winter. I've waited so long for snow, man. Like, second time surviving until winter. Although this time we nerfed the brown bear's speed, so it doesn't have the same weight as attempt 16. But fuck the brown bears. I don't care. They're stupid. They're way too fast. Alright, yeah, brown bears are overtuned in vanilla, for sure. They're 40%. I don't know if you guys know the exact figures, but they're 40% faster than black bears. 40%. And what's really crazy is that in real life, brown bears can run like 35. You know, grizzly bears can run like 35 miles per hour, whereas black bears can run 30. That's not a 40% difference. You know what I mean? So it doesn't make sense from a realism perspective or a gameplay perspective. There's no justification for the huge disparity between their speed. It makes grizzly bears into run enders, basically, for no good reason. Because they're already dangerous if they catch you off guard, right? Or if they catch you when you're in a cave, or like a shallow surface cave, right? A bear could easily corner you in such a cave and kill you in the early game, or even the mid game. Even if you're in leather armor, a bear can probably still two-shot most players, right? So it's like, I don't know why they overtuned the movement speed of the brown bear to such a significant and painstaking degree. Yeah, the speed of the brown bears is the main problem. Can you make cheese with iron? I thought it was a Steel Age thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that copper vein is. I could have sworn that I had found ultra high copper, but I must have been wrong. I must have been. So we'll just remove the ultra high copper signifier. Let's finish that meat. I'm not sure. I don't know. I honestly don't know. It's entirely possible that it does only require iron to make cheese. Entirely possible. I don't know. I've never made cheese before. I've never had iron before. All right. There we go. We got to re-up on charcoal. We have 74. That's our clay marker right there. Yeah, this setup is really good for the quern, but I would need to widen this, probably, to put a Helve Hammer in there. I could widen it, though. I mean, we've been gathering a whole bunch of cobblestone. And really, I would only need to widen the bottom, and maybe like a spot in the middle for a large gear, right? Yeah, I have a whole bunch of cobblestone. We could make that thicker, to enough of an extent where we might be able to fit a Helve Hammer in there. All right. I'll try to build a Helve Hammer, and I'll try to see if it ever works without a large gear, because like obviously if I can get away with the least effort possible, like I've never built it, I don't know how it works, how much power is required, what the limitations are, you know. All right, so let's get started on trying to craft those components for the Helve Hammer. There is a Helve Hammer like mold, I'm pretty sure, and it doesn't matter what material you make it out of, but I think I'll just smith a Helve Hammer. Like the Helve Hammer head. Alright. I no longer have any pie. If I'm feeling lazy, I can just forego making more pie and eat some of the meat stews that we have in the containers. I am an enjoyer of the lazy. Hell, I could just eat a stack of raw carrots. Alright, Helvhammer head. And I think I need the pounder cap. I'm not sure. I might not need the pounder cap. I'll probably craft one anyway, but... The hell? That's gotta be like a 2 ingot thing, right? Yeah. And this will probably be a good chance to test out that thing that you were telling me about before. Creating a divot to move materials around. So like this, move that up, and then I can move that up. And then I could move that back down if I want. It fucking works. Yeah. That's really awesome. You taught me something new. Something really useful, actually. That could help me in the future to, like, finish a tool. Alright. God, does this thing require, like, 3 ingots or something? We'll see. I might be able to finish with that trick, honestly. Alright, so move those out of the way so I can move these up. And then move those up. Yeah, it actually works. God damn. That's really cool. So, in the same fashion, I'm gonna move that up so I can move this up, and then I can repurpose this part. And move that so I can move that. Now let's trim the fat. Alright. I have the Hell of Hammerhead. It did indeed take 2 ingots to craft. Now I'm gonna make a couple of pounder caps. Probably don't need them for a good long time, but I'm still gonna make them. As far as I know, you use the pounder for, like, making steel or something. There might be other uses that I just don't know. Alright. When you told me I could have salvaged it, I was like, in my head, I was like, fuck a piece of shit, don't fucking tell me that. I fucking already cheated to fix it. Fuck it, you know? But yeah, we're good. We're good. Alright, let's put this hammer back up here. Hang the tongs as well. I have the Hell of Hammer head. So I just need some planks in order to make it. It looks roughly the size of my penis. Roughly. 8 planks, that sounds about right to real life measurements. Alright, so with that hammerhead, I need to make a Hell of Hammer base, which requires chisel, hammer, resin, and planks. I should have used the chisel that's already damaged. Because I wanted to save a chisel for taking apart the anvil. I guess that's okay. We won't have an iron anvil for a while, I'm sure. I still need to find borax, so... A wooden toggle. I need fat and these things. An axle. All right. All right, there we go. So I have the toggle, I have the base, I have the hammer. Connect the output of your windmill rotor to the left or right side of the wooden toggle. I probably need to make another gear. So I need sticks and wood, as well as my saw. All right. I am aware that I might need more power than this. Okay. So that gets powered, and then I have to place this adjacent. Look at that. We have a bonker, an auto bonk. Right on. Auto bonking power achieved. I really can't speak for the effectiveness of it, but it is bonking, right? Like, does that speed look okay? Like, does that look like an acceptable speed? I guess I won't really know until it's actually working, right? Alright, yeah, that definitely goes bonk. Every single bonk is a bad voxel getting moved or removed. And if I power it up, it's faster. I would need a large gear for that, right? 4 large gear sections, right? A large wooden gear requires 4 large gear sections. So that's expansive. I wonder why I can't make it. Is that saw durability? Oh, no, I'm missing 2 sticks. I need 2 more sticks. Fair enough. There. It'll do for now. We'll get more later. Okay. Let's go grab some of our meat stew down there. That'll give us some time. Alright, now I need 1 more axle. Which is just wood and fat. Okay. So now I just need a shitload of planks. Which we have. I've never made a large gear before. Never. So this increases the speed, right? Like, or hang on, doesn't the large gear reduce the speed but give it more power? Because I think that yeah, this might do. So I'm gonna start building my bloomeries here. Yeah, because if my bloomeries are over there, then I can immediately put the Helvhammers into, like, once I empty a bloomery, right, I can put it over there. I didn't even get to use that one. Stupid how you can't just pick it up and move it. So I need an anvil under that, right? I'm assuming. And then I can help it, I'm pretty sure. Let's go deposit. I like that that tinny noise. ASMR. Fucking asthma. Okay, I can make quite a few bloomeries, but I think we're gonna try to do what I said before and stagger them. I would need one more brick in order to make another one. Okay. Powdered calcined flint. We have more fire clay ready for later. And for now, I have enough stuff to make 3 bloomeries. Okay, you know what? The ASMR effect has worn off. Let's move that for a minute. And let's set up a batch. Maybe I'll even find that I prefer to just do batches one at a time. But I am gonna need to get more iron at this stage if I want to play around with that. So let's go mining for more iron. I'll go grab that cooking pot with the food in it. By the way, do things in a bloomery stay hot? Hang on. Okay. Well, let's just grab this cooking pot. It'll keep us fed for a while. And now's actually a good chance for me to test out going to the mine while I have the lamps. See, I can see my cassiterite mine right over there. That's actually a really good idea. Right? You enter third person, it's even more obvious. See, I see the iron mine off in the distance. That's really, really smart. Right on. And the oil lamp is never going to burn out or move, so that's terrific. I am, however, worried about the implications of getting wet when it's winter, but hopefully if we're deep enough underground, we'll be warm-ish. Alright, let's find that hemoglobin. Is it just me, or is peridotite much less stable than other rock types? Because I feel like the peridotite takes so much less effort to cause it to collapse. Am I crazy, or is that a thing? Yeah, that's dangerous as fuck, dude. That could have killed me. I know there's those like beam items, but clearly you're gonna need a lot more blocks and you're gonna have to supplement for the structural stability of this peridotite much more often. Like that. Like all the time. Oh yeah, that takes nothing to collapse. Holy shit, dude. Alright, I think that's enough iron for now. Let's get out of here. Hello, old fart. Welcome, brother. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we had far less viewership today, so I'm thinking that whatever was going on with YouTube, they must have changed it back. We kind of drifted around 180 people today. I don't think that it's been outputting my streams to sleeping people any longer, but I do think that the people who woke up to the stream and thought it was cool over the past like week or so, a lot of them are coming back still. Oh, we got another 10-year-old. Okay, later, loser. Do I put you in timeout or do I perma-ban you? Well, I mean, you're like 5 years old, so I'm just gonna hide you permanently. Alright. Yeah, you run this shit. That's right. Let's get back home. To be 10 years old, right, guys? All right, now we have a whole bunch of iron. Let's start loading it up in here. I don't know. I don't think the N-word is a permaban necessarily. I hate to say it. I'm a free speech kind of person. But at the same time, I feel like it is my space. I'm not worried about black people getting offended at the word. I'm worried that if I don't ban people who say it, that there will be consequences befallen my channel, right? It's like, I don't care if people say what they want, as long as they're not inciting violence. I don't care about snowflake feelings. I don't care if people get offended at a word. That's their problem, not mine. What I do care about is a cancel mob coming at me, claiming that I'm racist because I don't ban people who say the N-word, right? That's my thing. Is like, I don't want to be held accountable for whatever bad way somebody else uses their free speech. Now, I couldn't help but notice that this is spinning, but it's not working. Is it not generating enough power, I suppose? I could build another windmill, theoretically, but I don't have that much more flax stuff. But I could make another windmill up there. Let's see about doing that, actually. Rotor. Because I think you can combine a whole bunch of windmills to the same thing, right? Let's see. Lump of fat, resin, and wood. But I only have one more resin. And that is exactly why you don't play as a blackguard, because blackguards actually fail with their resin gathering a lot. Let's grab the axle. So I'm gonna need a windmill rotor. I am also going to need sails and a gear. Unfortunately, in order to make the gear, I need one more resin. So I would have to go find a resin if I wanted to make another super sail. But let's make the sails right now. All right. And I'm gonna need more sticks. So I'm gonna deposit this iron here. And then I need to deposit the fat. I guess I'll craft what I can. Let's make this rotor. I need hammer, chisel. Already have the hammer, okay. Deposit that, and the flax twine. We already have the linen that we need. The axle, I don't even know if we're gonna need it. I don't think so, not for any of that stuff. So let's deposit the axle. I need one more resin. Let's go out and find it. There's pine trees over here. It won't take too long. How does one fail at collecting resin? I know, it doesn't make any realistic sense, but it's because the blackguard has a foraging penalty, and the game regards gathering resin as a foraging task. It should not be the case. I personally think there should be an exemption in the code for resin. Because how are you so inept that you can't scrape something off of a tree, right? Like... Although, in the same regard, I guess, how would the blackguard be so inept that he couldn't pick a few berries off of a bush successfully without encountering complications? But it feels weird, because resin, you need so much of it for really awesome tech. I remember one time I failed gathering 3 out of 4 resin in attempt 16. The first time I ever played as a blackguard, I tried to gather 4 resin and I failed 3 times. I failed my first 3 times. It was rough, dude. I hated it. I was cheesed, right? So I can't imagine needing a whole bunch of resin, playing as a blackguard, and consistently failing to get it. Can you get resin in winter? Yeah, not today, pal. I am struggling to find any resin. There we go. Alright, the search is over. I can make the gear. We can craft a second windmill, and hopefully we'll be able to, like, combine the power of both windmills into the same purpose. Let's head back home. I need more sticks, though, and we didn't grab our shears, so let's go get some. Yeah, I always found the notion that, I don't know, the N-word is such a funny topic, you know? It's like this one word that they can say that we can't. It's weird. And they do. They say it to each other all the time. Like, I don't think black people need to worry about white people holding them down when they do a plenty good enough job of doing that to themselves. For themselves. You know? That's what's really crazy about it. There's no solidarity in the black community at all. It's just infighting after infighting, which I suppose fair enough. You see the same thing in white people too, because it's like white people have corporations, like processed food companies, right? Imagine like Nestle, right? CEO of Nestle, white guy, presumably. I don't know for sure, but presumably. CEO of Nestle is a white guy, and he poisons hundreds of millions of white guys. It's just the way people are, right? There's not actually like any solidarity in people whatsoever. It's just in our nature to look out for ourselves at cost to each other. But it's just funny. It's funny because it seems like with the whole Black Lives Matter thing, it's like the black community pretends to have solidarity when it's like, why bother, right? Why lie about it? You know, black people are just people like all of us, and they betray each other regularly, just like we all do. Okay, let's put this stuff here. I now have enough sails for a completely new windmill. It was expensive, though. Now we have to make the gear, which requires sticks, wood, chisel. I think we have everything we need already. Alright, I don't have the saw, however. We still need that. And I have to eat. Okay. A little bit of wood, fat, resin. Okay, we have the angled gears that we need. Now we have to climb all the way to the top here using our ladder. I should be able to get double the mechanical power. Should be able to, we'll see. I just have to make sure I put both of these windmills on opposite sides. Hang on, I'm missing something, aren't I? I need an axle. I think I still have an axle in storage. Let's go grab it. It's a good thing I have one. Alright. We gotta place it the other way, though. Got it. It's gonna be kind of sus to get down. I'm already sweating about it. Okay. Let's attach the rotor to that. And then get this stuff out of the way so I can attach the sails. And then... Aren't I supposed to attach the gear to that? Hang on. I wonder why it won't let me put a gear on both of these. Why is that happening, guys? Why can't I double gear this shit? Does that not work? I really thought this would work. Can somebody please clarify why this isn't happening? That's shitty. You need a large gear? Well, I have one. I have to get down, though. Which is really, really sus, actually. I'm gonna have a much harder time getting up here now. I could take the ladders up to this point, and then come over here and use ladders to go the rest of the way from here. I need to grab those ladders, though. Oh! No way. No way did I just survive that. That's insane. Okay, let's go eat. I'm just gonna grab a stack of carrots. I'm too lazy to do anything else right now. But the question, like, I don't think I can actually fit a large gear there. Like, can I feasibly place this large gear in the middle up there where there's only a 1-block gap? Because that doesn't, you know, I don't know. We'll try it out. I'm definitely gonna bridge the gap instead of trying to walk across that this time. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, let's place this right here, and then... I'm missing a ladder piece, it looks like. I knocked down 2 of them, but I only have 1. I guess I'll have to pull up. Alright. No, it doesn't let me place it, guys. See, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Right? Oh. Oh, I got it to work, I think. Kind of. It's really slow, though. Like, we have the 2 windmills, but that's slow. Which would be far less efficient, right? See, I feel like if the swing speed is what matters, then now it would actually be worse, wouldn't it? Isn't this gonna end up worse? Yeah, that's slow as fuck. Yeah, that ain't gonna do. Let's warm up. Yeah, it seemed better before. See, because I thought that I'd be able to attach both of them to it without the large gear. The fact that I can't do that means that the idea doesn't work, right? I gotta admit, I don't really... I don't know. I don't like the Hellhammer. It seems kind of useless. It'd be useful for making plates, I think. But right now, it just looks like it would slightly speed up how fast you can do it. But my original idea is probably the right idea. Just stagger the lighting process of all of the blooms, and then that gives you enough time to work them one after the other. So let's just try that idea then. I need more coal. Add those angled gears. I already added the angled gears. The rotors have to go out one more block. I need to warm up. You know what? Let's put on my bear armor for a second. Too cold. I never put these sails on there. All right. Let's retrieve the axle. Wait. Oh, my inventory is so full. I hate this. All right, let's just deposit those tools that I don't need. Put this on the rack. Store this stuff. Yeah, I gotta free up my inventory space a little bit. It's looking real ragged. And let's just drop these fucking oak seeds. I can get 1 billion of those like it's nothing. And let's unequip our gear. Oh, this is... Alright, it's a pretty annoying system. Alright, so I can swap them, but I have to do it like this. One piece at a time. And then I can store that shit. And I should get warmer now. Let's go back out. Load up the coal in here. And let's tower back up there and try to move those over by 1 more. I just need, hang on, let's put this here for now. Grab the cobblestone. The Iron Age does translate into more survivability, yeah. The tailored gambeson armor that I'm wearing is tier 2 armor, but with with iron you can make tier 3 armor. And then once you get to steel is when you get to tier 4 armor, which is just like crazy powerful in comparison. Oh, there goes all that stuff. All right, we gotta go get all of it. Alright, I think we got everything. Now let's go back up there and try to set it all up. But let's light one of these now. So 15:30. I'm gonna light the other one at 17:30. I might even want to stagger them in 3-hour increments. Alright, so let's put these blocks out. And then put this out. Put the large gear right there. And then right here, I have to put the axle. Right? Yeah, and then build a little path. Put the rotor. Shit. All right. And then another path. And then let's attach the sails. Can I? Okay, yeah, you can put 4 batches of sails per, right? It looks like I accidentally made an extra helping of sails. Wait, what the hell? Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I don't know. Right, yeah, you can have 5 batches of sails per. Anyway, that's still really slow. It just doesn't seem that good. Like... Yeah, that doesn't seem good. Like, we have both of these, but it just doesn't seem to go very fast. We're really high up, too. Like, I figured this would do it, but... we just can't seem to get more power than this for the Hellhammer. So I don't know, it seems like a wasted technology to me. It's just, we're not getting any good results, you know? Yeah, it's slow as fuck. What time is it? 17:02. We can almost light the second batch. No, we moved them out. Yeah, we moved them out by 1 block. I need 2 more windmill rotors. What do you mean? I don't know. I've just given up on trying to figure it out. It seems like a major waste of time. And every time I do something to change it, it's like the goalpost moves and I need to do something else to change it. 17:25. Now we light the next batch. So they're staggered a little bit. Okay, get up. It's the perfect time to light the third one now, 2 hours after. All right. And then go to sleep. All right, now we get up. So the first batch is done. Let's retrieve it. We have all that, and it's at a really good temperature. So now I can make all these ingots. And then when I'm done this, the next batch will be done and ready for forming. I just hope I can actually get all these done before they cool. I feel like timing is everything with this. Okay. We definitely won't be able to finish all of them. It looks like you should probably only do one batch at a time. It's almost at a temperature where I can't really continue working on it. All right, so I only managed to get 3 done. I got 3. Which is only half the batch. But the thing is, even if a Helve Hammer was helping me to break these bits away, I don't think that that would have helped me with finishing all 6 on time before they cooled. I think that just you need a shitload of coal and you have to get comfortable with using a lot of coal to keep this stuff hot so you can keep reshaping it, right? Like, that's probably the case. Yeah, it's too cold to work it now. And these don't stack, too. I was hoping I could, like, break open all the rock parts and then just save the ingot, but they don't stack when you do that. So it creates an inventory problem. Oh, right. Air temp affects how fast they cool down. That would be pretty important, yeah. Base temperature boost and leverages the forge's heat source. Okay, well, you know what? Let's move this stuff inside real quick. And then I can gather the other blooms and test it out. Yeah, this one's done. And the blooms are at 809 degrees. Let's see how quickly they cool down if I'm inside, away from the wind. It still seems like it's cooling down really, really fast. Oh yeah, really fast. I'm not sure that's actually a thing. I mean, the AI said it is, but the AI is confidently wrong about a lot of stuff. It could be because of how late I took them out, though. Yeah, the ironworking is pretty tedious. I don't know who said it. Somebody said, like, that I wouldn't like it. They were right. It needs to be a 7x7x7 with no chiseled blocks. There's no chisel. Well, there's chiseled blocks here, but it's all surrounded by walls. All right, so that is 900 degrees. Well, I managed to do that one in like 40 degrees. But once it falls below 700, you can't really do it anymore. I'm in my cellar right now. Like, I don't know. I think I'm actually finally getting bored of Vintage Story. I think it's happening. It's been a crazy month, but I think I'm finally burning out on it. Oh, one thing that's really weird, it looks like it's staying hot in my inventory longer. What if I put it in here? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, it's about to go below the workable temperature range. Yeah. That's it. That's all I can do. So I think I managed to do 3 ingots within the time, like, before it cooled down too much. I think. Yeah, I did 3. So 3 this time and 3 the last time. Okay, fair enough. It's 3. Well, you know what we say around here, guys. Keep love alive, live to forgive, and let redemption ride shotgun. Take care, rock on, and peace out for now. I hope you all have a great night and a wonderful sleep, or a great rest of your day, depending on which hemisphere you call home. And I will see you in the next episode. Goodbye, cruel world!